Alright, hello everyone. Bit of a late start. I had some other things I need to finish up, but we are here with part 2 of Investigations 2. We managed to get through what was supposed to be the tutorial mission last time, but it turns out it was like a full-on mission. It took like, God, how long was that stream? Like 5-6 hours? So I mean, not super long, but it almost could have been a two-parter, is what I'm trying to say. I'm sure this... We're going into expected territory with that now, for sure, but that was a very meaty, like, they gave a full, proper chapter for episode 1, which was really nice to see. But I don't... What was, like, the plot that we were dealing with? Did we have an overarching plot so far? I think we kind of did a little bit. I think most of it was just... oh yeah, it was, it's the killer. Yeah, fucking John Doe. The fake butler from, Ace Attorney 2 is back, apparently. Somehow. I don't know how. Thought we captured that guy, but maybe we didn't. I'm probably misremembering how exactly that happened. Alright, at least this game is going right into the murder. No bait and switch this time. Oh hey, that's the guy that we put away last time. Except now he's dead. And someone's playing Morse code with the lights. Not sure who that's for. Probably no one in there. Or everyone's asleep and you just want to give everyone a migraine. Oh, you're telling me the dog did it? We're gonna have to arrest the dog? How's that gonna work? It's one thing to interrogate a parrot on the stand. It's another thing to arrest a dog for murder. You can't just do that. That's not how that works. Dogs don't have rights. Still no sign of them, huh? Yeah. How long do they intend to keep us waiting? Now, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure the guard will bring him in any second now. The killing of Bastion Rook. It's been 2 days since the incident at the park, and today we're paying a visit to the detention center. Our aim, of course, is to interview Bronco Knight, who has been charged with the murder. But it was clearly a dog? His trial is due to start tomorrow, and I'm to be the prosecutor behind the bench. What's taking so long? You there! What's going on? I don't know, sir. I'll go and... We've got a situation. It's the Knight. He's been... killed. What? Killed? In the detention center? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you waiting for? Right. Guard, take us to the scene of the crime at once. Yes, sir. So it didn't happen in the holding cells. But surely that was where he was being held. What's the holdup? The crime scene's this way. What is this vault? Is this where they keep the super criminals? Where are you taking us? Doesn't this door lead to... the prison proper? Yes. They just put like a giant safe door for the prison. Lock them up. They won't be getting out anytime soon. At least not till 8 AM on a Tuesday. You mean those other cells aren't part of the prison? Not exactly, no. Those are the detention center's holding cells. That's where defendants are kept while they await trial. The area beyond this door serves a rather different purpose. Yeah, it's where the people who are convicted serve out their time. It's a really good idea to keep the actual criminals so close to, like, the not quite criminals. I suppose you could say it's the last place a great thief should ever want to be. I've unlocked it, sir. Please follow me. What is this dungeon? What the fuck is this place? Is this a prison or like a kink house? This is like something you would see in like Yakuza during a side quest. In fact, it's literally what you see during Yakuza during several side quests. That's Knight, alright, but he's dead. How could this have happened? And how did he wind up inside the prison proper? Oh, this is incredible. I love this already. What is this room? Do prisoners have to, like, keep animals or something? Like, what is this? They got a farm in here? This is horrible. How did Mr. Knight get himself murdered? I can hardly believe it myself, but there can be no doubt the evidence of our own eyes. And what's he doing here? I thought he was being held in the detention center, no? He was. He must have been. His trial hasn't even begun yet. The law states that until convicted, suspects are to be kept in cells separate from the main prison. Only those who have been found guilty and are sent to the prison proper. There's no way Knight should have been in here. Maybe he wandered in on his way over. Yeah, okay, he just wandered through the giant bank vault door into the prison. Classic mistake, anyone could have done it. The detention center and the prison are separated not only by 2 heavy doors, but also a lengthy corridor. That would have been a long way to wander, especially for a detainee. I suppose we better take a closer look at Knight's body. We'll need to examine the scene of the crime carefully if we want to get to the bottom of this. Oh, this is already insane. It took 5 minutes for this to just go from 0 to 60. It's a sink. Doesn't seem to contain any useful clues. Nope. No whiff of treasure either. You do know we're not actually looking for treasure, right? What's with all the weird equipment? I'm not sure. I don't see anything particularly suspicious here. Smells weird though. Kinda musky, like wet fur. I didn't know you had such a keen nose. Oh, it's nothing special really, except when it comes to sniffing out treasure. Remind me to seal all my valuables away in airtight containers. No way, Edgeworth. I'd never steal any of your stuff. But you would happily steal someone else's? Not sure that's entirely reassuring. Bronco Knight, killed the day before his court date. Better take a closer look. Why's he got a chess set? Huh? Is that? Oh, I've seen one of these in your office, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure you have, Detective. It's a pocket chess set. They're the victims, I'd imagine. Makes sense. He loved chess, after all. Yeah, it would have been a good way to pass the time. I have one of those, too. It's like a really fancy wooden and metal one. Used to use it a lot as a kid. A rubber glove. Yep, just the one though. Should examine it in more detail. Don't tell me it's covered in shit. Inmate use only. I guess that means... That must be one of the prisoners who was using it, right? Yes, you would certainly imagine so. That's a lot of blood. Someone like just stick their hand up a rectum or something? Maybe they stuck it up a little too far. Fingers are covered in blood on this side. I think we can safely assume that this glove was dropped sometime after Knight's blood has been spilled. We can? How come? Because it had been on the floor. Because had it been on the floor when the pool of blood was forming, then the blood would have flowed around it, but not underneath it. Oh, meaning there'd only be a band of blood around the edges of the fingers, and not all over the backside. Assuming the glove was discarded after the blood had been pooled around the body, maybe our murderer ditched it after they did the deed. It's certainly a possibility. At the very least, whoever it was that dropped it must have seen the body. You there? Yes, sir. Have you seen that glove before? Yes, sir. The prisoners wear them for work. It's strange, though. Prisoners issued with those gloves are under strict orders to keep them in their cells. They aren't allowed to take them out without permission, and we always check. I suppose that would explain why there aren't any other gloves in the workshop. Only one glove was found at the crime scene. Prison issued equipment for working inmates. Stained with blood and mud. His neck brace is soaked with blood from the hole in his neck. I would assume that's the cause of death, but that it was probably instantaneous. He wouldn't have even had the chance to cry out for help. There's a small cut on his scalp too. Was he struck with something? Maybe he fell and hit his head after he was stabbed in the throat? It's possible, but it's too early to say with any certainty. Okay, you have your camera with you, correct? Could you lend it to the detective so he can photograph the body? Sure thing. All yours, Gummy. Thanks. Alright, here we go. His clothes are a mess though, huh? Indeed. They appear to be covered in dirt. Killed instantly by a stab wound to the throat. The body is covered in dirt. There's also a small cut on his scalp from when he suffered a blow to the head. Guess he's like me when it comes to laundry. It would be a grave error to think that anybody else could be quite like you, Detective. The body is partially covered by a dirt-stained tarp. There's a rope on top of it. Is Knight tied up with rope somehow? We should take a look under the sheet as well. Oh. Ah, look at all that red stuff! Yes, I'd say that's blood. We should keep looking around. There's bound to be more secrets to uncover. I'm sure of it. Yeah, what's this ring? There's something on his finger. Let's take a closer look, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a ring. It's an expensive looking one at that. Don't even think about it, Kay. What? I didn't say anything. Your nose says it all. You don't need to say anything. Is that it? I feel like that's not quite it. But I'm not seeing any... No, I think that is it. Everything's checked off. Okay. What about over here? Well, I think we know where the tarp came from. Time to inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Indeed. This area is too big to take all in all at once. Fortunately, I can use right stick to look further up or down. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. How about this hook? Why is there a hook like this in this room? Looks like a pulley of some kind. Maybe the prisoners use it for work? I suppose so, yes. Okay, so I know you're gonna say no, but... Absolutely not, Kay. You're not permitted to swing on that rope. I knew it. Should have known you were being serious. What would you even do on this rope? There's nothing to swing on. Like, you're gonna just jab yourself on this hook. These tarps are rather colorful. Kind of stand out in a room like this, don't they? They certainly don't look like they belong in a prison. Look, there's a whip on top of them. You know who that reminds me of, right? Hey, maybe it's actually hers. Maybe she left it here? God, could you imagine? Not a chance. She and her whip are attached at the wrist. Trust me. There's a rope near Knight's body, too. Speaking of which, want to see my super stealthy rope escape trick? Thanks, but I'll let you know when I'm in need of saving. She seems genuinely disappointed. I mean, when you keep denying her any sort of fun, doesn't matter what the situation is. She clearly doesn't understand that part. Weird having something like this in a prison, huh? Cage inside a cage. Technically, Kay, a prison isn't made up of cages, but cells. What's the difference? No offense, Mr. Edgeworth, but you gotta look at the basic nature of things more. Yes, and the basic nature of an investigation is the pursuit of accurate facts and information. Alright, Mr. Pandantic. Anything else in the back here? Doesn't look like it. Can we do some logic? I mean, it's pretty clear where these tarps come from. These tarps have a pretty distinctive design, in fact. It's the same design as the bloody tarp around Mr. Knight's body. Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth. That'll teach you to be so careless, Mr. Edgeworth. You need to keep your treasures close when there's a great thief around. Thought you were on sabbatical. Colorful tarp found by the victim's body. Some of these were being stored in Workshop A. Not a bad bit of evidence gathering. Nothing can stop us when we're on the hunt together, right, Gummy? You betcha. We're unstoppable. A regular Three Musketeers. Let's not get carried away, Detective. There's one thing we still haven't found. Huh? What do you mean, sir? What's missing from this crime scene? Well, we don't have a murder weapon yet. There's no footprints either, but that's not necessarily gonna be there. I mean, that glove was covered in mud and blood. It's probably the murder weapon. Although there's also no blood. There's a severe lack... Well, there's lots of blood on the tarp, but that glove was covered in blood. But where did that blood come from? Unless it was, Well, there's no blood on the ground, but maybe the blood just on the glove just came from whoever did the killing? Like when they touched the wound or something? I don't know. I see no sign of a murder weapon anywhere. You're right, I didn't even think of that. It means there's a prisoner out there on the loose with a murder weapon. Come now, detective. They're basic investigative principles we're talking about here. Yeah, I guess. It's always, Don't worry, Gummy. It hadn't crossed my mind either. The fact that hardly puts my mind at ease, Kay. Items that could prove even potentially lethal are strictly controlled within a prison. After all, we wouldn't want the inmates getting their hands on them, would we? Which means acquiring a murder weapon would be hard enough, let alone leaving the scene with one. Oh yeah, nice thinking, Mr. Edgeworth. What was the murder weapon, and where has it gone? The answers to these questions may be the keys to figuring out what happened here. Huh, didn't know the guy had an whole entourage. Excuse me more, but, this is the scene of the crime, right? You're... Wait a second. Are you... No way. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. Mr. Fender. It has been far too long. I know, right? But even after all this time, I'd know that deep brow anywhere. And that network, obviously. Manfred von Karma, the man, the legend. Gotta say, I didn't expect to see you here. What are you talking about, pal? This is Mr. Edgeworth, not that old geezer. Detective, please. Edgeworth? Wow. Guess that explains the fresh face. Can't blame a guy for mixing you two up, though. You're a spitting image of that old devil in his day. I see you haven't changed. How many years has it been? Man, good question. But who's counted, eh? Been away traveling so long I lost track. You know how it is. But you know what I do remember? You betraying everything you were supposed to stand for. Well, that's out of nowhere. Whoa, where did that come from? And who are you anyway? This is Eddie Fender. He's a defense attorney. Nice pun. A little bit of a simple pun, but I'll accept it. You know who he reminds me of? I forget his name, but there's a character in Hotel Dusk that looks exactly like him, except for the hat. But like otherwise exactly like him. I forget his name. He was like one of the main characters from that game. I should stream that game someday. It's really good. Enchanté, as they say. Fender's the name and defending's the game. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. Detective Dick Gumshoe. I'm Kay Faraday. Great thief. I'm on sabbatical on the moment, though. Great thief? Wow, that's so romantic. Très chic, if you will. Right? It's nice to finally meet someone who gets it. I'm looking to expand the franchise, actually. I even made signing up super simple. Sounds awesome. I'd love to come hang with you guys if you have me. Sorry, I should have also mentioned it's girls only. And they have to be super fun and super cool and... Hey, I totally get it. No hard feelings, yeah? Come on, bring it in. You've got to be kidding me. My bad, my bad. I'm just so used to how they do things elsewhere, you know? Guess she's, not much of a hugger. And, why are you here, Mr. Fender? Whoops! Almost forgot, this is your scene. Keeping the defense out is strategy number 1 in the Von Karma playbook, after all, isn't it? So I'm guessing this was the guy that was supposed to be on trial, or not on trial. The defense attorney. That was his defense attorney of the dead guy. Hey, quit it with all the Von Karma stuff, pal. What gives? Detective, calm yourself. His attitude is, unfortunately, understandable. It is? I take it you are Mr. Knight's attorney? Guilty as charged, Your Honor. Well, I was supposed to be anyway. So he was planning to represent Knight. If his client hadn't been murdered, he and I would have faced off against each other in court. I better see what he has to say for himself. So the victim asked you to represent him?
Sure did. We were supposed to have a little chat today.
As was I. But a guard showed up instead, and he told us that his body had been found.
I was bummed about it as you. Even brought him some weenies to cheer him up.
Mr. Fender, you know you can't bring food into the prison.
Oh yeah. Well, it's here now. Want some? A little spice I picked up in my travels. So Moorish.
No, thank you.
Fine. You do you. What are you doing here anyhow? Don't tell me you want to hear a nice side. Von Karma was always more of a convicted defendant at all costs guy. He didn't teach you that?
That was a long time ago.
If you say so. So you don't want any weenies?
No, thank you. Come on, you know you want some Edgeworth. Have you met with your client previously?
Yes, indeed, Your Honor. Just yesterday, in fact. The Bronxster called me the minute he was arrested. Sounded really freaked out, man. Oh yeah, mention your little performance, too. According to him, you really made a nuisance of yourself.
Not a kind word was spoken, I'm sure. Well, sticks and stones and all that.
Boy, did he not like you. Tries to talk to you something fierce. Can't say I did join in on the fun.
Fun? How dare you, Mr. Fender?
Lighten up, kid. I'm kind of a fixture in the visitor's room here. I don't think I ever had that much of a gas.
Oh, so you came here a lot?
Hey. Don't get the wrong idea, little sis. I'm never on the wrong side of the boss. I just happen to know someone who is. The visitor's room is usually where I'm at, but this isn't exactly my first time in the clink either.
In which case, I'd better ask him what he knows about this room. Tell me, what do you know about the scene of the crime?
Huh? Oh, this room? No, dude. What do you know about it? I'll give you 3 choices.
A morgue? Well, I don't think this is a classroom. Seems like a really strange recreation room, so... maybe? Is it a morgue?
Well, it does have a dead body in it. A dead body equals morgue, am I right? Now, let's see what the answer key has to say, shall we? Oh no, you got it wrong. This is actually a workshop.
Wow, way to set me up for failure no matter what I pick. Thanks. So all the options he gave me were wrong. How infantile.
The cons come here to perform various duties. They can learn new skills too, make some qualifications when they're back on the street.
I see. And how is the access to this room controlled? Where's the key?
Chill out, Edgeworth. I don't have all the answers. My man over there probably does, though. Right, compadre?
Yes, sir. The workshops aren't locked with physical keys. The doors are fitted with sensors instead. What kind of sensors? Inmates are issued with special bracelets, sir. When they walk through a workshop door, the sensor checks the bracelet. And if they're not supposed to be in here, ding-a-ling-a-ling, alarm sounds. If they let it ring for too long, then they get a real shock, if you know what I mean. And if they try and break or remove the bracelet, a shock 3 times worse than that. What? That's brutal. I guess they need to ensure that the inmates follow the rules. That sounds a bit excessive. If they wish to pass through a door like this one, prisoners need to be accompanied by a guard. We disable the sensor for them and let them in.
Get all that?
Have any prisoners used this workshop today? No, sir. No one's been in here for days. I'd know if they had. So no prisoners have entered, let alone use, this workshop today. So how did this guy die in here? Did he die somewhere else and then got put in here by someone? But it would have had to have been someone with access. Which means that there's a contradiction in this crime scene. Namely, there's something here that shouldn't be. I'll take another quick look over the crime scene and employ my powers of deduction to solve this mystery. Okay. What's over here?
This part of the floor is covered with dirt. You know what that means, sir? Footprints. Too many footprints, unfortunately. We'll need a specialist to identify them. Guess we just gotta wait till forensics gets here. Yes, and in the meantime, if you could refrain from treading all over it. Wouldn't want to slip up and get the old jacket dirty, huh? Good point, Mr. Edgeworth. Thanks. My concern is for the footprints, not your jackets, Detective.
Anything else here we can check? Already checked that. Not the shelf. Oh, here we go.
These seem to be the list of prisoner reservations for this workshop.
What are all the numbers, Miss Edgeworth?
Prisoner numbers, I'd imagine.
Hey, be given a number like that.
I rather agree. People are meant to have names.
I'd much rather be called Great Thief or the second Yakarasu.
Isn't that second one a number, technically?
Alright, no names for you, I guess.
So what are we supposed to do? Okay, maybe we check the body? Maybe we need to present something on the body? Could to do something on the body, okay. What do we have here then? I mean, his very presence is a contradiction. We can't move the rest of his blanket. I wonder if he had a sensor somehow. Probably not. Well, wait, is the sensor... No, I don't think this is... That's just a ring. It's not a sensor. We already determined that. What could we possibly deduce? Oh, we can examine the chessboard. Oh, shit. What's inside?
This is a murder investigation. You sound like a child on Christmas morning.
Oh, please. Even your head must skip a beat when you're about to open a mysterious box.
Not all of us think like UK, thankfully.
Oh, looks like all the pieces are intact.
These are chess pieces, right? I've seen the ones you have in your office. So how come these ones are black and white?
Most chess pieces are. The ones in my office are custom made.
As in, they're unique and probably valuable? I like the sound of that.
She's got that glint in her eye. She'd better not be planning a robbery.
Yeah, I don't see anything missing here. I thought for sure that would be a clue. Could I present something to someone and figure this out?
Anything out of the ordinary to report, officer?
Yes, sir. There is this one thing.
Go on.
There's a body in the workshop, sir. Wow. Thanks, Chief Obvious.
He's right. That's definitely out of the ordinary.
If anything else occurs to you, you know where to find me.
You have anything?
Arrested for murder on the afternoon of the 25th and killed on the morning of the 27th. Talk about instant karma. Never would have thought our perp would turn into a victim himself, though.
Yes, I don't like the sound of this at all.
You don't think there was that ice cream guy, do you, sir? Night I'd seen his face, right? Maybe he couldn't afford to let him live.
Shelley the killer, you mean?
No, if this was his doing, he would have surely have left a calling card. And besides, Knight isn't the only one who knows what he looks like. We do too. Oh yeah, and I guess we're still alive, so, Still, this is a high security facility. I just don't understand how it was even possible. Guess it makes sense having the detention center and the prison in the same building. Means they can share the visitor's room.
Indeed.
It's an unusual design, but it's certainly convenient for anyone visiting. Yeah, but then, why two different areas in the first place?
Well, they're two different classes of detainees, of course.
Those pre-trial and those post-trial. The two facilities may be housed in the same building in this case, but they're actually quite different. Well, all I know is that they're both cramped and dark, and don't let you leave when you want.
Yeah, it's kind of the nature of being a detainee.
Perhaps spending a night in each would help clarify the differences between them? No, I'm good, thanks.
I'm guessing I have to do something here, because I kind of checked everything else. There's nothing else here to check. Oh, here we go. No, that's just the scout thing again. Okay, well, do we have... What do we have for... Do we have anything on the dirt? Do we need to, like, present the tarp? Because, like, we already did the tarp is the thing. And I have no more logic, right? Yeah. Well, okay, I did forget something here, so this must be where we deduce, because it's still saying that there's stuff here. Or is it his other hand? No. I don't see anything... Nothing's popping up with a check mark, so, yeah, no. Probably gotta deduce. So what are we deducing? Well, there's blood here. That ring. It's just a ring, though. Just a very expensive looking ring. Does that have anything to do with evidence? What would I even relate? The glove? What glove is that? Is that a right-handed glove? I mean, gloves like these are usually interchangeable, so... There's mud all over it. Maybe the prisoners were making mud pies? Wish I could have joined them. I love making mud pies. How old are you? Not anywhere near my crime scene, you're not. Nothing inside? Yeah, I would imagine this is a right-handed glove. It's probably going to be significant somehow. This is a map of the prison. Prisoner's bracelets. Does he have one? No, he doesn't look like he has a bracelet. I don't think I have any evidence related to dirt. Okay, it could be this. I don't know what else it could be. Body's covered in dirt, also a small cut in his scalp from when he suffered a blow to the head. Could the... Well, I was wondering if maybe the blow to the head is from the chess set. But there's no blood on it. I would imagine using this as a weapon could work, but there's no evidence of it being a weapon, is the problem. And there's nothing inside. Yeah, every piece is intact, everything's in order. There's nothing wrong with this chess set. Maybe someone just left it here. I don't know, we want to deduce this? How he died? Could it be this? No, okay. Oh, maybe, oh, you know what? I know what the contradiction is. Fuck. I bet I know exactly what it is. It better be. Something present at the crime scene that shouldn't be here. Or, how about something that isn't here that should be? No? Okay. I thought maybe the lack of bracelet was suspicious for some reason. It wouldn't make a lot of sense. Something present at this crime scene that shouldn't be. Well, the chess set, maybe. That could be used as a weapon, right? But it belonged to the victim, so I mean... That makes sense. The body itself, that guard was right. The body itself is the weird thing. Rope, maybe? Okay, well, does the body look like it was tied up? I mean, if it was, there's no real signs of it. I feel like we need more evidence, but I don't know what else there could be. I already talked to you. Okay, so it's definitely this. Is there anything else here we can learn? Neck brace is soaked with blood from the hole in his neck. Assumes cause of death and was probably instantaneous. Right, because he had a pierced throat. And then this cut on his scalp. But we don't have any evidence of, like, there's nothing here that looks like he got beaten, so whatever was used to bludgeon his head is long gone. A lot of blood down here. But there's no blood down there, there's no wound. Okay, maybe it is the sheets? No. Okay, so he was really dirty, but we already checked this pen over here, which had a lot of footprints, and I guess not much else. I just want to see. This rope looks different. Like, this rope looks darker, but it's probably just dirty. It's probably all it is. Okay, so we checked the glove, checked the chest. I definitely feel like I'm missing something. What is the contradiction? Okay, I need to check this evidence a little more. Okay, so we have a map of the facility. I don't think that's relevant. I mean, yeah, the whole question of how the hell did he get here when there's a giant vault in the way doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a chest set. Apparently it belonged to him. But there's no sign of it being a weapon, so okay. Maybe it is the contradiction, because, like, why is it here? Like, I guess he just kept it on him, but why was it out on the ground? The glove. So, you mentioned earlier that the glove probably was placed there afterwards because the pool of blood would have just pooled around it, leaving like a glove-shaped outline. Do we have anything that says that's different? No. I think that pretty much lines up. That's why it's got blood all over it. I see no contradiction there. That's just the profile of the body, so who cares about that? Rope? Well, the rope is dirty, just like his body, so it's very likely he was tied up. Bloody tarp. That's not really a contradiction, that's here. This feels like it's relevant. Fit to each workshop store to detect and react to the prisoner's bracelets by raising the alarm. But we know no one was in here today, or recently, or today. Yeah, today specifically. So where would that have come from? Does she have any hints?
Guess it makes sense that the security's pretty tight in a prison. Breaking out of here wouldn't be easy, that's for sure.
Which is why it's better to focus on staying out in the first place.
So the sensors on the door detect the prisoner's bracelets, right?
You're seriously pouring every last ounce of mental energy into this.
Well, don't just stand there, Mr. Edgeworth. Help me think, will you?
Right. Wait, why am I wasting my mental energy on this?
This is what the inside of a prison looks like. Good to know.
Someone's highly motivated to learn today.
You're just on top of your game, Mr. Edgeworth. This stuff is important.
Gotta be prepared for when the time comes. Which will never come from me, I must say. Still, I wouldn't discourage you from finding out more. Need to gather a little more information myself. Then use my powers of logic to piece it together.
We don't have any logic. We just need to deduce something here, and I don't know what to deduce. I feel like I'm missing a piece of evidence. Nothing here. Nothing in the box. Okay. What else do we have? We don't have anything else. That's the problem. Already talked to him. No, okay. I don't think presenting anything to anyone's gonna be able to help me here. Okay, so we just have to like figure out what the hell we're doing here. Okay, what do we deduce? Chess set maybe? Well, okay, you know what? No, that is a contradiction. Why is the chess set squeaky clean, but the rest of everything is dirty? If he had this on him, why is it dirty? I'm just not sure how we would, like, how do I connect the two together? That's gotta be it. Something at this crime scene that shouldn't be here. Fairly certain I have piece of evidence that proves that fact beyond a doubt. Well, okay, the body's not supposed to be here. What? The chess set just feels like it shouldn't be here. Or is it the glove? Because the glove... No, it's the glove, right? The glove is supposed to be for prisoners only, right? Only one glove is found at the scene. Prison issue equipment for working with inmates. Stained with blood and mud. No. Something that should be, that isn't, that shouldn't be here, that is here. Everything else is stained with blood and mud, but that's the only thing that isn't. I'm, like, really drawing a blank on what exactly I'm supposed to be looking at here. Unless I'm not supposed to present and there's just, like, some pixel I'm not clicking on, but... this game's pretty forgiving in that regard. I'm not seeing anything. Is it the lack of ring on the other hand? That's clearly a left-handed ring. Why is it on his right hand? Is the ring not supposed to be here? Maybe it's because the ring looks clean, but like, I don't know what evidence I'd present to say that something should be clean. Small kind of scalp when he suffered a blow to the head. Like, is it the body still? It would be this. I don't think. One glove was found at the crime scene. Prison issue equipment for working with inmates. And we already checked everything else out here. Right? Door, I feel like, is the thing we need to present. It's just a matter of where. And we still can't do people, right? No. the hell is here that shouldn't be? Is it the glove? Well, okay, the glove shouldn't be here because prisoners are supposed to keep them to themselves. They're not supposed to leave them lying around. That's not really a contradiction. More so just someone leaving their stuff. The tarp can be here because it's the room it came from. There's other similar tarps. There's even the rope. See, if we had like something saying, oh, there's no sign of dirt being dug up in the corner, despite his body being dirty, but maybe he was just like, I don't know, on the ground. But we don't have like anything related to the dirt over there. Well, why is this covered in blood despite there being no... Maybe that's the contradiction? Because he's got a stab wound on his throat, all the blood's over there. Well, if he was, like, completely covered, I guess maybe. No. No, that would make sense, because if he was completely covered in the tarp, then the blood part would have been up by his neck. Something present in this crime scene that shouldn't be here. What it shouldn't be here? Something present that shouldn't be here. Maybe it's the ring somehow? Is it the chess set? Like, if he was in here, he wouldn't have... I don't know, I feel like maybe this is a stretch, but I feel like the chess set is a potential weapon. Those things can be pretty sharp, especially if it's made of metal. So, like, how would he have gone in here with the chess set? But, like, I have nothing to present for that. I don't know what I'm presenting. There is nothing here. I definitely feel like I'm missing some sort of evidence, but I've looked everywhere and talked to everyone. Where have I not looked yet? Sink's done. The shelf is nothing. Is that a power cable hanging on the wall? What is this place anyways? This hook pulley thingy is also done. It is literally just this. I haven't talked to you, you're right. Do you have any extra evidence for me that can help me figure out this contradiction? And what is not supposed to be here? Because I can't see shit that isn't supposed to be here, aside from the fact that there's a body. But, I mean, I guess that doesn't count. That's apparently not good enough. Like, okay, this guy was stabbed in the throat, and yet there was a rope? Like, should he have a stab wound if he was tied up? No. I need to save. I don't want to die here. You don't have any evidence. Unfortunate. That's okay. I figured it was a long shot anyways. I don't know. Okay, what do we have for evidence? We have a map of the prison. We have his chest set. His perfectly clean chest set. That has no blood on it whatsoever. Problem with that, I feel like that's the contradiction. The problem with that, I don't know which piece of evidence it wants me to present with that. Like, there's a glove that's covered in dirt and in mud and blood. It belongs to one of the inmates. They're supposed to keep their gloves on them. So no, that shouldn't be here. But it is. I already tried presenting the glove to the glove. Didn't work. No, that makes sense. Okay, I was like thinking, no, the glove is turned around. Blood is on the backside. Makes sense. No idea where the dirt would have come from, though. Okay, we also have the concept of the doors. The doors are all locked with sensors. This man isn't a prisoner, therefore he wouldn't have a bracelet. So, I mean, I guess he could just come in here freely. But wouldn't the door still be locked? So how did he get in here? And I think I already tried doing this. Thinking this was the thing. But it's not the thing. Unless I just missed last time. Nope, I'm not. Something present at this crime scene that shouldn't be here. Open the chest set? Yeah, we opened the chest set already, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary inside it. It's like a perfectly clean, functional chest set. Like, look at this. Every piece is here. Nothing to do with the board. Board is fine. Pieces are all intact. Nothing's missing. It's a very nice looking chess set too. We got all the pawns, we got all the horses. The bishops are here. Yep, everything's intact, everything's there. But that's the weird thing, is that, like, why is this here? It belonged to the victim, but why is it, like, was it carefully removed, put aside next to his body, and is perfectly clean? If it was on him when he was, like, tied up, dragged through the mud, and I guess stabbed to death or whatever, you'd think there would be, like, some blood or something on it, or maybe it was banged up a little. I mean, hell, if it was the murder weapon, it should be covered in blood. But it's not. And yet, if that is the contradiction, what are we presented with? Like, what am I supposed to compare it to? Okay, the chess set isn't supposed to be here. Am I just supposed to present the chess set? No, that didn't work. Nothing. I expected a knight to be... Yeah, I expected something to be missing. Like, why is there a chess set here, and yet nothing missing from it? That's the part I don't get. There's clearly some significance to it, and yet I have no idea what it is. I think I'm going to look this one up, because, honestly, I am drawing a complete blank. I'm sure it's going to be really obvious once I look up the answer. Surely someone has a guide for this. Okay, perfect. This is exactly what we want. Here we go. Okay, examine, yeah. Body, chessboard, got the thing, mirror whip, tuck tray, do the thing. Really? Okay, no, never mind. I don't feel stupid at all. I'm not sure how these two things relate. We're supposed to click on this. And do this. I'm not really sure how those relate to each other. I mean, yes, the glove isn't supposed to be here. But what does it have to do with the door sensor specifically? Prisoners aren't able to come and go from this workshop as they please. The door sensor would detect their bracelets and the alarm would sound.
What's more, according to the guard, no prisoners were authorized to be in this room at all today. Okay. Why is a prisoner's glove in the room where prisoners weren't supposed to be today? Yeah, I guess my mind skipped over that. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll give the game that one. I just missed that bit of logic. And yet, here we have a rubber glove, the kind issued to inmates. This is a clear contradiction. So where did the glove come from, sir? I don't know, detective. Not yet, anyway. All I know for now is that the glove is a valuable piece of evidence. No, that makes perfect sense. I don't know why I couldn't figure that one out. You, apart from the prisoners and guards, who else has access to this room? No one, sir. This is a prison, after all. Prisoners and guards are pretty much all there is. Mr. Fender? Come on, don't play us like that, friend. We know that's not true. You know as well as I do that prisoners and guards aren't the only ones to come in here. Huh? Oh, do you mean... but sir, there... Mr. Fender, would you care to get to the point? Who exactly are you talking about? What, you don't have a pair of peepers in that hard head of yours? You didn't see him on the way in? Wander about in the corridors chilling with their buds? I bet if you moseyed on out of that door right now, you'd trip over some of them before you taking a step. Listen, pal, we just had about enough of your baloney. Take a chill pill, big guy. I'm on your side. You know, for such a wide fella, you have a very narrow mind. What did you... Detective. Sorry, sir. Look, just follow me, okay? Seeing is believing. Isn't that what they say? I think the reason I didn't put two and two together with the glove was I was too tied on like the literal idea of the door sensors themselves. And the actual bracelets themselves don't have anything to do with the glove. But it's the concept of why the bracelets exist, to keep prisoners in and out of rooms. No prisoners were scheduled in the workshop. Why is a prisoner's item in the workshop? What kind of avant-garde art is that over there? Why are there animals in prison? Here, the humans share their space with some fresh, special friends. Animals? Yep. Bird and feather fellas of all shapes and sizes. Guard filled me in on how it came about. Seems they decided to try a little experiment in animal therapy a few years back. The cons are assigned a critter each, a buddy to help keep their spirits up.
Really? Wow, that sounds like so much fun.
Plus, inmates can even earn a pet choir qualifications if they go through some job training with the animals.
Oh, that must be what all the equipment in the workshop is for.
You got it. Room set up specifically for that training stuff. So, when you said somebody else could have been at the scene of the crime... Exactamundo, big guy. I was talking about these guys. That just means you're still talking baloney. What would an animal do with the rubber glove? Good question. All I'm saying is it was possible. Rest is Mr. Prosecutor's problem. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, if you want me to rest this piece of baloney, just say the word. Let me get this straight. Are you saying that these animals can wander freely around the prison? You know the sensors on the doors? They detect the prisoner's bracelets and sound an alarm when somebody goes walkabout. Well, for our furry friends, it's the other way around. They're fitted with microchips that open doors right up.
They are?
Uh-huh. They're implanted just under the skin around the shoulders. Big needle, quick jab, and voila.
What? Doesn't it hurt?
Nope. Don't feel a thing. That's what they tell me anyway. Now where was I? Ah, right. So the point is, they're not the baddies here. So there's no reason to punish them. It's ironic, really. You're in this institution where the humans are caged, the animals are free to roam to their heart's content. They open the doors if an animal is detective, but raise the alarm if an inmate's bracelet is detected. Prisoners are not allowed to move about freely. They're not completely free, though. They can't leave the prison proper, for one thing. No sense in that big mother of a door out, you see. Ah. What's that tinkling sound? Sir? Just look at that thing. And is that a bell around its neck? That explains the sound, I suppose. Oh god! Mr. Edgeworth! Are you seriously trying to stare it down? I refuse to lose to a dog. Not for nothing, sir, but your dog handling skills could use some work. Leave it to a pro. I know how to treat him right. Come on now, give him the gummy. Oh, that dog does not give a shit. Man, ignored by a dog. That dog was certainly very different to the other animals. It seemed to have a real thing against me, and only me. Alrighty then. You've met the menagerie. What's next? Guess we better interview some witnesses, right, sir? Indeed. We need more information regarding what has happened around during the time the body was found. Let's start with, that guy. Hey, you were there in the cell. Is that guy assigned a pig? Whoa. Ignored again. Hello. We were wondering if you might be able to tell us anything about this morning's, incident.
Is anyone else a little afraid of this guy?
Watch him be like a serial killer or something.
Yeah, not a big talker, huh? It's alright, man. I'm right here on your side. Let's start with a handshake, huh? Maybe the hug to break the ice. A hug to break the ice. Seconds out. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, I get it, man. Not everyone's the hugging type. I'm cool with that.
A polar bear?
Round 1. 10 reps each.
What is this man up to? Better see what he has to say for himself. Your name?
From the blue corner, it's Rocco D259 Carcerto. Don't mind if I keep moving, do you, boss? Fighter can't let his heart rate drop, see?
Doesn't look like there's any danger of that. Don't you worry you'll lose too much weight doing all that?
Gotta make weight before a fight, boss. Won't even make it to the ring if you don't.
So you, wait, I get it. You gotta be a boxer, right?
Was, back in the day. But it's good to stay fine fit. Leastways, that's how I see it.
So is the bear part of your training too? Looks kinda like an apron. He's so cute.
And nothing cute about Teddy. Gets my partner, see? This here polar bear keeps me on my toes.
Seems to have loosened up a little. Now's my chance. Where were you and Teddy at the time of the incident?
Come on, boss. I ain't no stoolie. I don't know nothing, no hell.
I'll be the judge of that. Please answer the question.
Punch drunk or something, boss? I told you, I don't know zip.
So he won't play ball.
Guess there's only one thing to do, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. The more he protests his ignorance, the more certain I am he's hiding something. Alright, let's see exactly what you do and don't know, shall we, Mr. Carcerato? I wonder if this guy's into chess. Now, let us analyze the state of play. He adopts a boxing stance when he's on high alert. My guess is that things won't go well if I push too hard at such moments. When my opponent is on the offensive, I should remain calm and bide my time. He's bound to reveal an opening eventually, which is when I'll pounce. First, let's see if our friend here knows anything about the incident. I'll start by asking about his movements, and bring this fight to an end before he knows what hit him. Why don't you start by telling me what you've done today? You will answer me, Mr. Carcerato.
What? You want to shot the champ, is that it? Then put him up, pal.
Prepare for a straight right punch. I don't think Edgeworth would be able to pull that off.
Throwing in the towel already. That's gotta be a record. Fisticuffs is hardly my style, but I'm more than happy to take you on in a game of chess. Incidentally, don't you get tired ducking and diving like that all the time? You think I don't got the stamina, kid? Oh, you just try me. I ain't tired. Not today. Not ever. Especially not today. Took it real easy this morning. Had me some quiet cell time. Hardly broke a sweat. Really? You look pretty sweaty to me. Give me a break, will ya? I'm done talking, okay? I'm tired. Yeah. Real tired. You may have kept your boxing skills sharp, Mr. Carcerato, but I'm afraid your line needs quite a bit of work. Tired? Really? I hardly think that's possible. Especially not after you just told me about your quiet cell time this morning. Ooh. Gotta be careful here, Teddy. When this guy lands, he lands. Oh shit, the weights are coming off! He's hiding something, I'm sure of it. I should try asking him about what was happening at the time of the incident, both in and outside of his cell. I won't need to use my fists in this next round. No, I'll deliver this knockout using carefully chosen words alone. Did you notice anything strange around the time of the incident? What do you mean, strange? Oh, maybe I'm going too early. Haven't you noticed yet? Oh, fuck. I was going way too early. Okay. Find my time. I thought he had an opening. I was easily tricked. Okay, let's try this question again. Find my time. Hey, get the heck out of the ring if you're not gonna fight. I'll need to use attack more if I'm aimed to win. Okay. Maybe I'll try the other question first then. What were you doing? I thought we kind of already went over this, hence why I chose the other question. Do you remember what you were doing at the time of the incident? I was, catching some Z's. We both was. Incident happened only a short while ago. You seem wide awake, all things considered. But he's gotta be able to get up quick when he's down. But he needs his beauty sleep too. Builds muscle. Is that so? Then I apologize for waking you. I've read that rest is an important part of any boxer's training regime. You don't say. So Mr. Prosecutor's savvy when it comes to the fight game, huh? Who knew? Yeah, let's go with this. Interesting. How do you know I'm a prosecutor? I don't remember telling you. You've been eavesdropping, haven't you? You've been listening to every word we said out here in the corridor. Which means you weren't asleep, and that you're lying. Again. You good, kid. Got me clean with that one. Alright, I admit it. I wasn't catching no Z's. But what? A guy can't work out in his cell no more without lawyers getting involved? Or is a man taking care of himself a crime now? The fact that we know he was awake is an important development. It could well prove to be a useful clue. Did you notice anything strange around the time of the incident? What do you mean, strange? This one. Answer the question. Tell me what was going on around that time. Wish I could help you, boss. But I was asleep. We both was. Time to deploy my clue. Enough of your barefaced lies. You weren't asleep, you were exercising. You told me as much yourself. Oof. Counterpunch, huh? Should've seen that one coming. Seems I have you on the ropes, Mr. Carcerato. Time to come clean about what you know. Alright. You don't gotta shout about it. Stomping around like you own the place. Teddy and his pals have been scared enough this morning already. You've done well to endure this long, but I fear you'll soon be out for the count. You say the animals have been scared enough already, which implies something happened here earlier. Well, what was it, Mr. Carcerato? Quit it, will ya? I'm getting shellacked over here. Fine. Somebody yelled, okay? Real loud, real scared. Got the little guy scared too. Yeah, laugh it up, Mr. Big Shot Lawyer. Let me see you do the same thing in the ring. Checkmate. Got him. I think we've now established that you know more than you're letting on, don't you? Fine, I'll talk.
Did it, Miss Edgeworth?
Let's not get carried away, Kay. Our work here has only just begun. Hey, can we call a timeout here for a sec, guys? There's something super big I need to say. It's just, well, it's like fate brought us here today after all these years, Edgeworth. It's a real privilege watching how you work. Happening stuff, in fact. Just thought you should know I'll be telling you what you've become.
Who? No who?
Keen to get the lowdown, huh? Well. That's enough. This has nothing to do with you, Kay. Whoa! Don't have a cow, man. Why so sensitive? Quote whatever you wish to whomever you wish. Just do it on somebody else's time. Whatever you say, boss man. But I think he should know at least. You know, how you've been living your life since you signed on doing things the Von Karma way. After all, you've disappointed him enough for one lifetime already, am I right?
What's he talking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Nothing that need concern you, Kay. Our focus should be on Mr. Carcerato. Now, shall we continue? It's time to hear the truth at last.
Won't land a glove on me, kid.
Chess battle advance. I like those parts. I wish we got more of the chess stuff. I was kind of hoping the chess stuff replaced this stuff. But I guess it wouldn't be much of a Phoenix Wright game if we didn't have, like, the traditional cross-examination type thing.
There was a show, finished right around 10 AM. Came back here after, did me some training. Leastways, I tried to, barely got the count of 2 before somebody screams, "What the?" I was hollering and yelling. Hollering and howling, crying for help. But what can I do? I'm locked up in here, right? So it turns it out and get back to work. I find it curious that you would pay so little heed to a desperate cry for help. Like I say, boss, what can I do? Besides, this is a joint. Don't nobody think nobody for getting involved in what ain't none of their concern. I hear you, brother. Best you could do is rubberneck from in there anyway, am I right? You mentioned training, Mr. Carcerato. I can't help but notice how well equipped your cell is. There's a guy, the fixer, they call him.
What's a fixer?
Fella can get his hands on just about anything you need, for a price. Wait, think you can find me a... Perhaps, Mr. Carcerato, what you ought to ask for is a beginner's guide to giving better testimony, because I can promise you that you'll be down for the count in 1. You put me down? Try it, you bum. What am I, chopped liver?
What kind of show are we talking about here?
What kind of a show was it exactly? Depends on the day. They bring him in from outside, see? Singers, dancers, all kinds. Gives us guys a little something to look forward to.
Nice, that sounds like fun.
And you went along to see today's show? So I did. Can't miss a chance to get a glimpse of the outside world now, can I? Then it was over. What did this training involve? Let's see now. There was stamina and rhythm work, which means jump rope.
What? In that tiny cell? How? What about Teddy? Isn't that dangerous for him?
Kid's no dummy. Second I get my rope out, he jumps up and holds on tight. You jump rope with a polar bear clinging to your chest? I told you, didn't I? We're partners. And besides, a little extra weight's good one for me. Anyway, I started jumping rope.
Whoa, we're interrogating Doug as well here? Damn. They just got here. Or maybe that's what they want you to think. Maybe they've been here the whole time. What if they murdered the victim? What was it, Mr. Knight?
Tell us more about the scream you heard. It was the scream of a guy about to scream his last. And I said no. Whoa there, good buddy. There's a time and place, you know. So it was clearly audible. Got backed into a corner, fighting for his life. You ever heard something like that, boss? Well, I have. And yeah, it was clearly audible.
What, this guy killed someone? Is that why he's here? Told you, this guy's a serial killer. The boxing's just a front.
And that's all you heard? There was nothing else?
Nope, nothing much anyhow.
So there was something. What else did the victim say? You have to tell me.
Oh, I do, huh? Why don't you come over here and I'll see if I can make you squeal like he did.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Forgive the kid here, he doesn't know when to quit. Come on, Miles. Apologize to the good man.
This is clearly important, and yet he insists on remaining infuriatingly vague.
Look, friend, how about you let this slide? Please, for me.
So yeah, I heard the voice like I said.
You were able to concentrate on your training even after hearing all that screaming?
Look, if I was on the outside, maybe things would have been different. Maybe I'd have seen what I could do. But this ain't the outside. I can't go no place, even if I want to. And you didn't think to slip out from your cell to go sneak a peek?
I don't think anybody else would have thought of doing that except you, Kay.
Tell me this wasn't a prison. Mr. Knight might have lived.
I somehow doubt it. Frankly speaking, there was no saving him.
What? But he could have just gone into him in time.
Mr. Carcerato is clearly lying. What I don't understand is why. Let's see what I can uncover by pointing out the contradiction in his testimony.
Detective gotta make sure they're clear and clean, right? I mean, true. You know, this is a crime scene after all. Gotta question everyone. Okay. What do we have for... We still have the same evidence as before, right? Oh. I know exactly what to do. Guess Holland crying for help. Yeah, but is that really a lie? Like, how do we know that's what he heard? Okay, but if we're to assume what he heard was the victim, then it's probably going to be... I'm going to say it's this one they want us to present on. He couldn't have been screaming. He was killed he died instantly.
Are you listening carefully, Mr. Carcerato?
Eh? You trying to be cute or something?
The victim died from a wound to the throat, and very quickly at that. He had neither the time nor the ability to scream as you claim he did. You say he heard the victim's cries, and yet, that would have been impossible.
But there must have been a scream. He said there was.
He said there was?
Quit looking so smug, will you? Fine, I admit it. I didn't hear nothing, alright? But the guy in the next cell did. He told me so.
The next cell?
Oh, we got another guy to question? Is that who I think it is over there? You mean... Oh, I was kind of hoping the camera would pan the other way. Who cares about this guy? I'm more interested about the guy to the left. What do you want? I had to scream, what of it? We're getting back from the show and they put us in our cells, same as always. Then just like I told this guy, I heard it. A scream. A real scary one.
Scary how exactly?
Didn't tell him this part, I guess, but it was kind of like, eek! Someone, anyone, come quickly, he's... something like that.
Well, I guess it's safe to say it probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounded more likely to have been the person who found his body.
That explains it. So Mr. Carcerato was telling the truth, more or less.
Is that really the case, though? Are there really no problems now with his testimony?
Can we check his testimony again, please? Or is that too far back for you? Okay. Guy was hollering and howling, crying for help. But who else would it have been then if not the victim? Who else would have been calling for help? Did we even use a key to get in his cell? No, we didn't get a key. We don't have a key to get in his cell. We're just talking to them through the bars. We don't have, like, any access to his prison, really. We just got here, for what it's worth. I really hope we get to go to the left, though. Can I do unlocked up in here? Right, turns out... So I tuned it out and got back to work. I mean, was he locked up? I guess if he just got back from the show, maybe they locked him up again. That's all we get to see of his testimony. It's gotta still be a problem, though. I feel like it's not quite 100%. I'm afraid a new problem has reared its head. Namely, why didn't you hear the scream yourself, Mr. Carcerado? Yeah, like, how did one guy in the cell next door hear it, but this guy standing right next to him didn't? Yeah, what gives, pal? How come you didn't hear anything when the neighborhood is clear as day? Oh, there's your eek. What do you think I did? The crime or something, huh? Come inside of this here cell? Got that over there in the workshop in case you forgot. We're not accusing you of shit. It's just kind of weird how you didn't hear a scream, but the guy next door heard a scream. Well, yeah, it does seem a little weird now that you mention it. He's right. None of us could have done it. Cause let me tell you, if I could get out of this here cage and murder somebody, you'd all be toast. Ain't that the truth? You bums ain't living this place in one piece if any of us can help it. I almost forgot that these men are hardened criminals. Well, they won't be doing that again anytime soon. I guess this wasn't how you saw this going, Edgeworth. It's my next move here. Won't get much more out of them in this state. That was a very feminine overruled. Also, new line. Who's there? What the fuck is this? Also, I like how each of the prisoners has like a plaque in front of it, like they're a zoo exhibit. What kind of prison is this really? Order in the court. Who thought it made you the boss of me, huh? Can't you see we're kinda busy here? Hush now. Silence is golden. Is this like the prison priest or something? It is. Your hand, if you please. Is it punishing time? By the power vested in me, I hereby sentence you to blissful silence. Praise be, a simple life awaits you. No money, no possessions. May the goddess of justice watch over you, now and always. God, if you would. Looks like you'll be spending the night in solitary, buddy. What? Come on, please, boss. Anything but there. There is no need to be afraid, my child. If anything, you should rejoice. This is a blessing, a chance to redeem yourself, to be reborn. No! Amazing. It was 100% not a cell. I mean, they all seem to have animals. Well, the animals are part of the prison. It's like some sort of like animal therapy thing they got going on. Every prisoner apparently is assigned a pet to take care of, to help them, I guess, cope with prison life or whatever. And that guy's was a polar bear. And for whatever reason, the animals are allowed to roam free around the prison. Like, the animals can just walk around through all the doors all willy-nilly. They have like little chips that open them for them. The prisoners are the ones that are locked up. It's kind of ironic when you think about it. Oh, goddess of justice, bless your child and keep him in your care. Oh, Holy One, we give thanks in your name. And you are? Man, this is weird even by Phoenix Wright standards. Verity Gavel, at your service. It is my honor to bear the title of judge and to work at the pleasure of the law. And what is a judge doing in a place like this? Since you ask, Mr. Edgeworth, I have been sent here to find you. I come bearing a message from the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. And it is my sacred duty to deliver it. Can we have her as a judge in one of these cases? Like in the normal Phoenix Wright games? The Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence? What the heck is that? It is first and foremost a name that should not be taken in vain, my child. For it is a sacred phrase from the goddess of justice herself. Why'd I fill you in, kiddo? The committee is a panel of 11 people whose job it is to keep our beloved prosecutors honest.
In other words, they make sure people like Edgeworth here don't cross the professional line. The panel is comprised of people from both the legal and political professions. A panel of which you are a member, I assume?
I am. Allow me to thank you on the committee's behalf for your service.
Thanks for coming to see us like this. Speaking for myself, it's a real honor to meet you. It's always great to hang with a judicial compadre. Come on, bring it in and chillax. We're all friends here.
Need I remind you that the committee has a long-standing relationship with the Bar Association?
Hey, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just trying to lighten the mood, okay?
So, your job is to find bad prosecutors and punish them? Precisely, my child. Praise be to the Goddess of Justice for bestowing her gift of insight unto you. The committee has the power to remove problematic prosecutors from cases. And should a prosecutor truly unworthy of the title be brought to our attention, we are vested with the power to confiscate that prosecutor's badge.
Don't tell me Edgeworth meets that criteria.
And what does the Committee for Prosecutory, whatever you said, want with Mr. Edgeworth? We're in the middle of an investigation here.
Can I just call you Courtney because I feel it's a good fun name for a judge?
Oh, I see they could.
Okay, they should have gone with Courtney. Actually, okay, here's a question. Is anyone here familiar with the fan translation of this game? Because if you don't know, Investigations 2 never got an American release originally. This is the first version of the game that was released officially and got an official translation. But there was a fan translation that many people were partial to for years. And you know what? There's a good chance, maybe, perhaps, this person had such a name in the fan translation. I think the wiki has information on their names in the fan translation. Her name was in fact Justine Courtney in the fan translation. So yes, I guess that someone has indeed thought of that previously.
Pitiful. You really don't know, do you? What an ignoramus. And who are you, Belle? Winner. Eustace Winner. Prosecutor extraordinaire. Though you might know me as just the Winner, a name they call me down at the prosecutor's office. With great affection, I might add. I have never heard of you. And how about Detective Flatfoot over there?
Nope. Name means nothing to me.
Well, it's to be expected of an ignoramus, I suppose. Ignorance is sweet, as they say. So I'm sure most things mean sweet nothings to you. Ignorance is bliss, Winner. And I don't think sweet nothings means what you think it means.
It is entirely natural that you aren't yet acquainted. Eustace only joined us last month.
So he's nothing but a rookie? I'm not just any rookie. I am a winning rookie.
A rookie is full of himself. Heard that one before, Eustace.
Which he will prove himself to be in due time.
Now let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edgeworth.
What do you mean? What mess?
I fear I know exactly what he means. The committee's sending an envoy with a new prosecutor in tow. I suspect I know what you're getting at, Winner. But I'm going to need a few more details. Would you mind explaining, Judge Cavell?
Very well. By the power vested in me by the Goddess of Justice, I hereby declare that, in the name of the matter of the incident at the presidential address and the murder of Mr. Bronco Knight, the committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict.
What did you even bang that on?
What? Mr. Edgeworth is out of the case, just like that? Judge Cavell, I believe I asked for an explanation.
No explanation is required. The guilty verdict is in. The goddess has spoken and her judgment is final.
What exactly have I done to warrant being off the case?
Come now, Mr. Edgeworth. Claiming ignorance of your crimes will not serve to lessen your guilt. You boarded the presidential plane, violating the principle of extraterritoriality. And while there, you performed an unsanctioned investigation and subjected a visiting foreign leader to questioning. And clearly she has wrong information because we did everything in our power to make sure it was in our jurisdiction, okay? That was our case, fair and square, no takesy-backsies. I don't agree with this judgment. You were one wrong move away from causing a major international incident.
Whoa!
You vastly overstepped the authority of your office. To call it an abuse of power would be no understatement. I don't deny that I may have pushed the boundaries where certain rules were concerned, but there is also no denying that certain risks must be taken if one is to arrive at the truth. I refuse to concede that my actions were inappropriate. Is there supposed to be 3 P's in that word? I don't think so, right? That looks wrong. I don't remember all the fan names. I recall Mr. Fender was Raymond Shields. I think I like Fender more. What's his name now? What's his first name? Where is he? Eddie Fender? Yeah, Eddie Fender works. Raymond Shields is just kind of weird. Eddie Fender is better because it's like you're saying a defender. I like that pun. Eustace is in the origin of the name Stacy. Is that where Stacy comes from? I'm not sure what the pun is here. Eustace Winner? Is that like useless winner? In that he hasn't actually won yet and he's useless? I'm not sure what that one's supposed to be. Verity Gavel's kind of nice. I mean, Verity itself isn't really part of the pun, but Gavel just makes it sound fancy. Justine Courtney's not too bad either. Maybe a little wordy. I don't know, both are good. Those are both good names. I don't know what this guy was named previously. The only name other than name I remember the fan dub, his last name was The Best. Oh, okay, The Best is pretty good. That's pretty good. If we lost out on that... actually, let me see if I can take a look quickly. What was his first name? Sebastian the Best. So I guess maybe his first name isn't really part of the pun. It's just his last name. I mean, Winner, The Best. Yeah, both are alright. The Best, I guess, is kind of nicer. It almost sounds like a name, but also pun. Winner is just... it's a little too overt. Then what you're saying is that the ends justify the means? That rules can be freely ignored? That is a very dangerous way of thinking.
Oh man.
The law is absolute. It is not to be bent to your whims.
Forgive me, but not all of us believe as you do.
Is that so? How unfortunate. Still, it changes nothing. When a trial ends, the hammer falls. Be you defendant or attorney, even if the verdict seems irrational, nothing more can be done. Nothing, that is, but give thanks for the Goddess of Justice's divine grace. Unless you wish to appeal. To do so would be the risk your badge, of course.
So they mean to take my badge if I don't play along. Whoa, tough break, Edgeworth.
I see you've accepted your fate. Good. Gods, if you'd be so kind as to escort him out.
Did this happen in the last game too? Like Interpol came in and was like, yeah, this is our case now. And now we got like the Goddess of Justice coming in here and being like, nah, you're off the case.
What are you doing, detective? I'm in charge here now, so you'll do as I say and move out of the way.
What? You're not the boss of me?
Unluckily for you, Flatfoot, that's exactly what I am. They're all holding they're holding all the cards here. I don't stand a chance. Detective Gumshoe, do as Mr. Winner says.
But sir...
Judge Cavell.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
The
committee's decision is beyond irrational, so yes, I do plan to appeal. You haven't heard the last of this? Duly noted. Until we meet again, then. Let's go, Kay. We're leaving. Right. Oh, and remember, you know who will be getting a full report on all this. Something foul is clearly at play here. I think somebody's got their fingers in pies they're not supposed to. Who is Eddie talking about? I think we all know exactly who Eddie is talking about. There's someone that Eddie likes to visit jail. He loves coming to jail and talking to the prisoners. I'm sure we know exactly what prisoner we've locked away that Edgeworth would know. Oh, I still can't believe what happened yesterday. It was terrible the way those two treated you. Now let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edgeworth. The committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict. Judge Gavell and Mr. Winners certainly didn't mince their words, but that's not what concerns me right now. I'm more worried about the committee's reasons for doing what they did, and what they might do next. I suspect it won't be good. Earth to Mr. Edgeworth, are you listening to me? Yes, of course. So this is it? You're giving up on the Bronco Knight case? No, I have no intention of doing any such thing. To walk away from the case would be to tacitly accept the committee's decision. The only problem is that I don't have the authority to continue investigating. Yes, what is it, detective? Wait, didn't he have like a different ringtone previously? I've got some bad news, sir. Word down at the precinct is, they just arrested somebody for a night's murder. What? Do you know who it is? No, but I heard they were being held at the detention center. Maybe you could go talk to whoever it is. Good idea. Let's go down there, Mr. Edgeworth. How loud is your phone that she heard that? He wasn't on speaker. Even without the authority to investigate, surely I can still pay a suspect an innocent visit. Alright, we're on our way. Me too. I'll see you there, sir. But won't you be missed, detective? Nah, everyone's busy in the prison going over the crime scene anyway. Good. Then we'll see you shortly. Yes, sir. Come on, Kay. Let's go. You got it. Manfred? Exactly. Manfred's probably in that very prison. Living out his days as a murderer. Long overdue for his crimes. I bet Eddie talks to him every day. Probably looks up to him, too. Probably why he's disappointed with Edgeworth and how he just dismissed the Von Karma ways. Still no sign of them, huh? Indeed. Wait, this is just like last time. Please don't tempt fate like that. No, I can't. I just can't. Sure you can. I told you. It's just a pair of visitors. Sounds like someone really doesn't want to see us. What the fuck is this? No. Just talk with them, please. But one of them's a prosecutor, right? Aren't they all super scary? All they do is stare at you right into your soul. Ah, you must be the suspect in the... See? I told you. How do you know you didn't open your eyes? Okay, why is this man so flustered? Probably because you're being you. But I guess that's just how you are. Thanks for clearing up absolutely nothing. Hey, Mr. Suspect. You doing okay in there? We just want to have a little chat with you. No biggie, right? Who are you? I'm Kay Faraday, Miss Edgeworth's trusty sidekick. It's just a part-time gig I'm doing while I take a break from my real job, though. Funny, I don't recall you ever employing you. And that's Mr. Edgeworth. He is a prosecutor, but he's not going to stare a hole into your soul or anything.
Please.
Really?
Is this guy a Crash Bandicoot fan?
Really, really?
Really?
Anyway, can you first please tell us your name? It's Saint. Simeon Saint. Well, nice to meet you, Simeon. You can call me Kay. Everyone else does.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. I would like to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Please, Simeon. We're trying to help you, I promise.
You know, with a name like that, I was expecting a more... I don't know, monkey. Not whatever this is.
Really?
Thanks to Kay, it sounds like we might finally get some answers at least. I bet Yanni Yogi was in that other cell. Oh, definitely. It's probably Yanni in the other cell. We probably got Manfred on, like, the second floor. Because there were stairs on the map. I wonder if this is an opportunity to just, like, see the entire rogues gallery of everyone Phoenix has put away. I would love that. That would be really cool if we got to do that. Just see everyone from the first 3 games all locked up. Or at least a good chunk of them. The more memorable ones. He's definitely doing the see no evil, speak no evil thing. Oh, true. That would explain his last name then. That makes sense. Perhaps you could start by telling us a little about yourself.
Who, me? But why would anyone want to know anything about me? I'm boring. I'm nothing. I'm a nobody.
Do you have a job?
Oh, well, it's hardly worth mentioning, really. I'm your average corporate pencil pusher, just like everybody else. Honest.
This is going to take a while. And about you and Mr. Knight. I wonder if they were trying to go for like a chess thing, but they didn't want to use the word bishop. Like maybe, because if he's related to Knight, maybe bishop was just too on the nose. And just when I thought we were making progress. Okay?
So, Simeon, did you know Mr. Knight? Come on, you can tell me. Bronco? Yeah, I knew him. We were friends.
See, they're friends. His name should have been Bishop, damn it.
Interesting. I wonder if he knew that Knight had been arrested.
And, did you know Mr. Knight had been arrested? Yeah, I even came to visit him.
Came to see Mr. Knight. Wonder when that would have been.
And when was that, Simeon? It was, the day before yesterday, around lunchtime. I came as soon as I got the call from the cops.
The police called him? Why?
How come the police called you? They said Bronco asked them to. That he needed a favor. A favor? Uh-huh. He wanted me to bring him his chess set. The pocket-sized one. And so I went by his place, and then I came here.
A chess set?
A chess set?
Is it just me, or is she getting better at stealing my thoughts?
I actually thought he was, like, feeding them to her for a bit. I wasn't sure.
You do know everything you think is written all over your face, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, I'm not a mind reader, just an expression reader. Amazing, right? Don't you just love having a sidekick as helpful as me?
And have you read what my next move is going to be?
I sure have. There's something you want to show, Simeon.
Indeed. Let's present it to him and see what he has to say about it.
So this chess set. Oh, that's the one I brought for Bronco.
Well, that settles that at least.
We, found it next to Mr. Knight. He was always had to have his chessboard somewhere nearby. I'm not surprised he had it with him when he... Simeon, you and Mr. Knight, you were very close, weren't you? Yeah, we were best friends. At least, I thought we were. But I guess I was wrong about that. What do you mean? If I knew him so well, why was it such a shock to me to find out he had killed someone?
It's not easy discovering that someone you're close to has committed a terrible crime. It's a very, very bitter pill to swallow indeed.
how could it end like this? I could never have imagined something so awful. Something's not right here, Mr. Edgeworth. There's just no way Simeon murdered Mr. Knight. Yes, he certainly doesn't seem to have an obvious motive. Then again, he wouldn't have been arrested for no reason either. I wonder what grounds they had for doing so. Why were you arrested, Mr. Saint?
He's not gonna tell us, is he?
I just don't get it. Why won't he talk to me? I don't know. Honestly, I don't. Whoa, he answered you, Mr. Edgeworth. I guess he's not scared of you anymore.
Thank goodness for small miracles.
The cops burst into my house this morning, out of nowhere. And before I knew it, I was here.
These policemen, was there a prosecutor with them?
Yes, some kid named the Winner or something.
Did they just reference the fan translation?
The rookie, I thought as much.
So, did they interrogate you yet? What? I'm going to be interrogated? By the cops? Well, yeah, I mean, you've been arrested. You're a suspect now.
Isn't Simeon a pun on the scientific name for monkeys? Well, yeah, it is, but his last name is Saint. So I guess what they were going for was... See, it would have been cool if it was Bishop, because if he was friends with Knight, and they had Rook as the guy that Knight worked with. We're doing a whole chess thing here. It just... Maybe there's a good reason for it, but it just seems like a missed opportunity. Either way, I mean, clearly he's trying to be a saint because he's not guilty. He's trying to act like someone who isn't guilty. My guess is he's probably super guilty. But that's probably what they were going for with the name. I don't know what this guy's name was in the fan translation, but that's my guess. They didn't want to use Bishop because maybe that was too on the nose, but they wanted to keep it similar because of his personality that they wanted to invoke.
No. The detectives shout at me and threaten me and... Oh... I wish these hulking guys, right? Who get in your face and force you to... Detective Dick Gumshoe reporting for duty. See? I told you. Please don't hurt me. Please don't crush me with those huge arms. No, please. I'm calling the cops.
How's that gonna work for you?
What's up with this guy, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, nothing, detective. You're just being you. I guess it's just how you are.
I don't get it, sir. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, Simeon is clearly innocent. So there's gotta be something we can do for him, isn't there?
Mr. Saint.
Yes?
You were Mr. Knight's friend, and 2 days ago you came to visit him. You had nothing at all to do with his murder. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, I didn't kill anybody.
Very well. Then I will choose to believe you, and I will do all that I can to assist you.
Huh? But why would you help a nobody like me?
Let's just say that I may not be doing it solely for your sake. I have something of a personal interest in this case.
That's right, it's payback time. We'll show those two whose investigation reigns supreme.
Ooh yeah, now we're cooking. Unfortunately, I still lack the authority to conduct said investigation. As such, my resources are rather limited, and I'll need to lean heavily on the ones I do have at hand. Which means you, Mr. Saint. Your information will be invaluable going forward. In other words, let's see if we can't help one another out, shall we?
So we're kind of playing the defense attorney today, minus the defense.
Well, just thought of something. Why don't you just borrow an Tony's badge, and you could represent a pal here? Now's not the time for jokes, Gummy.
I mean, it worked before.
I mean, Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. He couldn't defend anyone if his life depended on it.
Nah. Edgeworth? Defending people? Nah.
But I wasn't kidding. I just thought helping suspects, that's what a defense attorney does, you know? Sure, but we can do that too. The only thing that matters is that we find the real culprit in the end.
Maybe someone later will be a bishop? There has to be a bishop at some point. We need a bishop, we need a king, and we need a queen. Although, maybe metaphorically at least, even if we don't get literal people named that, I'm thinking Gavel is the queen and Winter's gonna be the king. So I guess that just kind of leaves a bishop and a pawn. Maybe Winter's the pawn.
So come on, let's get to work.
Yes, ma'am. Bye. I don't know why, but I vaguely recall someone named Simon in the fandom. He's probably that person, but who cares? Probably. Could very well be. Maybe they didn't, I don't know what his name was in Japanese. Maybe they just, like, saw it and decided to go one way or the other. Maybe it's one of the situations where it's like, you take the Japanese version of the name, and then you try to Romanize it, and it can be, like, one of two things. So you just do a coin toss and pick one of them, and then that's what it is in English. They did that a lot back in the 90s. It's how we got like all sorts of weird spellings of names.
I'm sure you know already, but just to be clear, if our investigation ultimately proves you to be the culprit, we'll have no choice but to treat you like any other suspect. But you needn't worry. I believe you. Or at least, I've decided to try. For now. Just hold tight and try to believe in us in return. If nothing else, it might help you to feel a little less alone. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Your life, your choice. What is that supposed to mean? Don't do crimes, idiots.
So we talked a good game in there. But we can't even get back inside the main prison to see the scene of the crime.
Maybe defending the guy in court is our best bet after all.
Kami can't defend for his life, remember?
Oh, now who do we have? It's you again! Just casually walking through the metal detector.
If it isn't Edgeworth in the gang, what you cats doing here?
Listen, pal, if you come to harass Mr. Edgeworth again, I'll,
Hey, easy there, Detective Flatfoot Sholmes. I'm here to work.
Work? What, you're here to defend somebody?
Whoa. The K-Meister nails it in one. Aren't you just the uber-intelligence of the one of the bunch?
Uber-intelligence? That's not how you use either of those words, Fender.
Some may say I'm an easygoing old rogue about town, but I'm actually a not half-bad attorney. Which is why I've been summoned to the old jail of Rooney for a meeting with a new client. The suspect is one, Simony Sainsbury.
You mean Simeon Saint?
Wow, that's freaky. You know more about my job than I do.
Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender's a defense attorney. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I fear I might be. In fact, it could be our only option. Not so long ago, I found myself embroiled in another case, but that wasn't mine. I managed to worm my way onto the crime scene by agreeing to be a certain someone's subordinate. Not an experience I ever wanted to repeat, but I fear I may have little choice. You know how little that narrows it down, Edgeworth? There's like 3 instances I can think of that happening.
Fender, Before you say another word, I just gotta point out the fine print. Eddie Fender doesn't take on associates. Saying ain't so, I hear you protesting, but pompous prosecutors are a no-go. Especially those of the Von Karma variety.
Should have known he wouldn't forgive me that easily. I understand why you wouldn't want to work with someone like me. What's more, I understand how you feel about all things Von Karma. But please, believe me when I say, I'm not the man I was back then. I'm no longer under my old mentor's spell. You better believe it, pal. Mr. Edgeworth's a changed man. Sure, he used to be the demon prosecutor, but he's not like that anymore. I do have a feelings, detective.
Kami's right. Mr. Edgeworth's one of the good guys now. He's not just a prosecutor, he's a hero. He got me off the hook just last month.
You don't say. Well, that escalated quickly.
But he was. There's no other word for it. He was heroic. Great thiefly, even.
Please, Fender. Don't you think there's something odd about the way the committee stepped in yesterday? There's more to this case than meets the eye. I'm certain of it. I can't just walk away from this. I can't. Best guess is Franziska and AI? Probably, but I was also thinking of 3-5 a little bit. Because that's kind of how it went down. Either way, Ace Investigations 1 was not the first time he's had to do this.
Please, allow me to help you with this investigation.
Sheesh. Fell from the great Miles Edgeworth. Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. So enlighten me, if you will. What made the leopard change his spots?
Well, I suppose I would have to say the courtroom itself. I've experienced so many things and met so many people there within its four walls, including some old friends who showed me a better way to be. How could that not change a person?
Well, I'll be. The old you would never have barred his soul like that. That was beautiful. You might have even surprised you-know-who, and you know how much that takes. Tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start again with a clean slate. So, this is me.
Edgeworth & Co. Law Offices, Eddie Bender's senior partner.
Edgeworth?
That's right. Mr. Fender here began his legal career as an assistant to my late father, Gregory Edgeworth.
Well, that explains a lot.
What? Your dad was a defense attorney? So, you know who Mr. Fender keeps talking about is...
The clever K-Meister nails it in one again. That's right, I was talking about his old man.
I never would have guessed, actually, considering that his old man's long dead, and it sounded like he was talking to him, like, yesterday.
Guess y'all noticed I kept his name over the door, so to speak. At least I could do for old Gregory, really. Listen, Edgeworth, Miles. I'm gonna level with you here. I don't trust you. Not fully, anyway. I just can't forget about all those years you spent licking Von Karma's boots, you know? Anyone can say they've changed. I'm gonna need you to prove it. And besides, you know it's what Gregory would have wanted.
Very well, I accept.
Okay, then that's enough hardball for one day. Let's move on to the fun stuff. I hereby appoint you Interim Associate of Edgeworth & Co. Congrats, man.
We'll try not to let you down.
Well, doesn't this bring a tear to the eye? The prodigal son coming on board his late father's firm.
Permission to come aboard too, please, Mr. Fender.
You don't even have to ask, kiddo. Welcome to the crew.
Whew, thanks, Captain.
Alright, I guess it's time to go to work. So, where to begin? Any bright ideas, Miles?
Where were we when we were so rudely interrupted?
There's no way he's talking to Gregory, but he just said talking to his old man. Maybe he just, like, visits his grave or something. I mean, they clearly were best of friends. And the fact that he still has Edgeworth's name in the name of his law firm probably means that he really misses him. I'm guessing he probably just goes visits the grave or something. I don't... That's why I thought that, like, there was no reason for me to think Gregory, because I was like, oh, he's probably talking to Von Karma for some reason. This man visits jail. He's probably talking to Von Karma. He's probably talking to everyone that Phoenix put away. But Von Karma would have specifically made sense because, I mean, obviously he has ties to Edgeworth.
Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim.
Indeed. Sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. I believe we need to speak with the person who found the body.
Just what I was thinking, eager associate. We do indeed.
Still the type to smile and nod, I see. That will certainly make my life easier, boss.
How that's decided. Let's get going.
What about me? I'm a detective. I can't just hop aboard as an attorney's assistant like you guys. He has a point. I can't leave him adrift all on his own, now can I? Detective Gumshoe, I have a special assignment for you. You are to continue investigating the case under Mr. Winner. And if you happen to discover anything that seems useful, you are to notify me immediately. You're in a uniquely powerful position, Detective, and I'm going to need all the info you can pass our way. You can count on me, sir. I'm a real pro when it comes to letting things slip to the defense. Trust me, I know. But just this once, those loose lips of yours might be what saves our ship.
Isn't that like a conflict of interest? Something tells me a prosecutor can't just go all willy-nilly being a defense attorney one day. And for one day only. It was a little different with Phoenix Wright because he actually just posed as Phoenix Wright. Like, no one saw it through his clever disguise of putting on the attorney badge and changing literally nothing else about his outfit. But this is different. He's actually claiming to be a defense attorney here. That's different than impersonating a defense attorney.
They're wide open the prison gates, good sirs, 'cause here we come. So, any idea how we track down whoever found the Bronxter's body, Miles?
I think our best bet would be to simply ask around.
Uh-oh. What the fuck is this?
Who is this? Excuse me. Oh, my, just look at you.
Are you talking to me?
Fabulously chic, darling. Fabulously. Facial hair is so very au courant, don't you think?
Enchanté, mademoiselle, and much obliged. The defense attorney Eddie Fender at your service. Let's get things off on the right foot, shall we? A little embrasse, perhaps?
I like the sound of that.
Finally, he found someone. Damn, beating at his own game.
Right on the kisser.
Well, how else does one greet a new friend? A little smooch is entirely de rigueur, don't you think? Wow, talk about stealing a kiss.
Indeed, an act so shameless it puts even great thieves to shame.
Physical contact is so very important as a form of expression for our little family. Everyone in this lovely home will tell you as much.
Hey, if everyone else is hip to that, I can be hip to that too, sure.
Oh yeah, don't like it anymore so much, do ya? Mr. Attorney.
Fifi Lagarde, by the way. Warden of this charming abode. You may call me Fifi, of course.
So she's the warden of the entire detention center and prison facility, is she? A pleasure to meet you, Miss Lagarde. Miles Edgeworth. I am an associate with Mr. Fender's practice. I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you here in the prison yesterday?
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all.
Important in what way, exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps?
A meeting? Oh, heavens no, I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit.
May I ask just which circus this was, exactly?
It was simply a spectacular event featuring some terrifically talented animals. Anyone who was anyone had to be there. If you were here at home, you were watching the show with me. The performers set up a special stage in the yard just for us. We are one very lucky family, n'est-ce pas?
So she was at this circus performance for the inmates yesterday morning. Mr. Carcerato mentioned a show yesterday as well. He must have been talking about the same thing. There's only one circus in town, after all. I like that the fox scarf is actually just a fox. Like, it's not even a dead fox, it's a live fox. It just likes to sit there. What time did this show take place?
From around 8 until, 10, maybe? Yes, something like that.
Meaning it finished right around when the body was discovered. And by dint of having attended the show, she has a reasonably solid alibi. I mean, I don't really know why she would have possibly killed this man. But yeah, I mean, it's probably a good thing to just, you know, check her off the list.
Would you look at the time? Sorry, darlings, but I really must dash. Feel free to explore our home. Mikasa, Sukasa, and all that. Ciao for now.
Well, now what, Miss Edgeworth? The person who found the body screamed. That scream was heard by one inmate that we know of. Therefore, our first task is to question this inmate, and see where this information will take us next. Oh, we can't go over to the left. Damn it! Stop teasing me with the parrot! They even have ponies. This one's only big enough to carry a small child.
Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo.
Except it's the humans, not the animals, who live in captivity here. I mean, if anything, the humans are the ones on display. They have plaques and everything.
No one would mind if I took one home with me, would they?
If by home you mean behind bars, then no, I suppose not. Damn.
Oh, it's a blurb about this guy about the guy in his cell. Let's see what it says. Prisoner number D259. Classification: Habitat. See cell to the right.
Not exactly helpful, is it?
This grizzly fella's a pet polar bear called Teddy. He's a former boxer who loves to stay trim and is always at optimum fighting weight. He may push his body to the max, but he's relentlessly kind to himself. Omnivore.
Who exactly is all this information for anyway?
It's kinda weird. There's something written here.
It seems to be about the prisoner in this cell.
Prisoner number D258. Classification: Captivus periculosus. He may look fearsome, but this lively fellow is actually a sweet-natured herbivore. He even has a pet penguin named Gwynny. He's skilled at giving such real, gripping testimony. You'll swear you were there at the crime scene, too. The end.
It's the kind of thing you might expect to read in a zoo, not a prison. Something commentary on zoos. How's this thing? If they arrested Simeon, could he be the monkey tamer? No, he's not the monkey tamer, is he? From, well, wait, who do we know from the circus? Do we know? No, he doesn't match anyone's profile from the circus. There's no way. I don't... Okay, who are we going to be meeting from the circus, though? Because if the circus is involved, we know at least one character has to be showing up here. My money's on the lion tamer. What's her name? The girl that everyone wanted to fuck.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it's a monkey mountain.
Not something I've expected to see in a prison, I must say.
Doesn't it look like fun?
Not in the least. And while we're on the subject, you are not under any circumstances to climb on that structure. Do I make myself clear?
But I have to show that monkey who's boss.
I don't think you don't. I think you don't. You really don't. Because it's going to show you who's boss the moment you touch that mountain. Please, Kay, you really don't. It's a mini pig, I believe. Though not for eating, I hope.
Isn't it great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo.
Except it's the humans, not the animals who live in captivity here. I know we need to talk to the prisoner, but it's the whole reason I'm not talking to him yet. I wonder where this door leads.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting some real strong vibes coming from there.
Maybe that's where they keep the super duper dangerous prisoners. That's certainly a real possibility, in which case we better turn back while we still can.
Oh, wait, I was only kidding, you know.
Why is this rabbit's eyes red?
Why is there a rabbit
I nearly tripped over it. Well, at least this guard's taking care of a normal animal. Do you have a moment? We have a few questions for you.
Oh, who's a good little girl? You are. You're just perfect. She really is. She's beautiful. Meow.
It's finally noticed me, I think. I was wondering...
What's her name?
It's Waggy, ma'am. She's my little fur friend. Yes, right. As you were then. What I need are answers, not clawful puns. Says the man contributing to said puns. I can see the crime scene through the window in this door.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just show off your whole face in front of a window like that. You have to do it more sneaky-like. Steal a few good looks while keeping a lookout for your enemies.
I am not a criminal, Kay, so I should have to behave like one.
Yeesh, I was just trying to teach my special sneak peek technique.
Well, I have no need for any such technique, thank you very much. This is the door to one of the workshops.
Why do they have workshops in a prison anyway?
They're for people that train in for when they return to life in the outside world.
But a dead body was found in one of them, right? So then, it's not really doing a good job of helping anyone return to life, is it?
I suppose. That's another reason why we should aim to clear up this mystery as soon as possible. Yeah, Regina, that's what I was thinking of with the girl. I bet she's gonna show up in this case. They have to put something in here. If they got a circus, it's gonna be Regina. I guess it could be Max. Isn't he like in charge of the circus now? Since the other guy died? It could be him.
This bench has seen better days. It's covered in rust. Yeah, only cats would dare take a nap on there. And maybe Gummy. I fear you might be right.
On which part? Alright.
About the person who found the body, do you happen to know where he is right now?
Should be in one of the workshops, I guess. It usually is at this hour.
Then it seems the workshops are our next part of call.
Alright, let's go check out workshop number B.
Hello? Anybody in there?
Let's try, kiddo. This is a bathroom stall. Yo, you there. Could you help us out here, my good man?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Is somebody using this workshop right now?
Yes, sir. One of the prisoners is in there.
It just confirmed myself during the noontime roll call.
We'd like to speak to this prisoner, if that's alright.
Sure. I'll go fetch him right now. Won't take a sec. Can't believe we managed to pull him away from his cat.
This one's all yours, Milesy boy.
What? Why?
Let's just say I'd rather not roll the dice on someone I don't know, yeah?
I thought all adults were all supposed to be strong and brave.
Yeah, well, you're not looking so brave yourself right now. So let's call it even.
Here they come.
Are you fucking serious? Of all the people they brought back, really? Look, I gave you significance as the very first person you put behind bars in the series. But really?
Hello, hello? Yes, hello?
I hear you wish to speak with me, yes?
Not exactly the hardened criminal we were expecting, is he?
What's funny is Edgeworth has never seen this guy. That's the best part of this whole thing, because he doesn't show up until case 2.
My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a public prosecutor.
A prosecutor, you say? A defender, attorney at law.
What happened to being too scared to handle this?
You probably saw how docile and timid this guy is, and figured he should step in, I guess. He's not so scared anymore.
Listen, sorry about my pal here. He gets the weirdest ideas. A prosecutor indeed. That'll be the day. He's actually just an associate. Jeez, Miles, get a grip, will ya?
He's right. I mustn't forget that I'm our defense attorney's assistant for the time being.
Ah, that explains it. I did think you looked a little different from the prosecutor I spoke with yesterday.
So he's already spoken to Winner. Would you mind answering a few questions?
No, of course not. I'd be delighted. The name's Sart, Frank Sart. But this is all yours, my young associate.
Sure, have the intern do everything. Why not?
Come on, you know Edgeworth would do it too. If he had an actual partner, he would get them to do everything.
Mr. Sart, you are no doubt aware that a murder took place yesterday?
Is he though? I don't know. Is this guy really gonna admit to seeing a murder after last time?
Would you mind telling us where you were at the time the body was found?
Yes, I was in the workshop there, working, as one might expect.
What kind of work were you doing?
Well, I'm actually retraining at the moment. I'm hoping to become a stylist, you see.
Really? You seem more like a sculptor to me, perhaps.
A pet stylist, that is. Yes, I've been studying hard and practicing every moment I can.
Unusual field of study befitting an unusual prison, I suppose.
And that's it. I certainly didn't see anything.
Interesting. I barely asked him anything at all, and he's already sweating bullets.
Yeah, typical. I expect no less from this man.
So, yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Sorry.
No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Sot, but this interview has only just begun. I mean, even if you were to ask me, You know something, don't you? That's... He's definitely hiding something. I'll need to push him a little harder if I'm to get any answers.
This man couldn't even tell the time. You think he's ready for some chess? I don't think he has the mental capacity for it.
The first step is to analyze the situation. Let's take a look at our opponent.
I feel like he's gonna be the same guy as one when he saw everything. Bedford is a way. True, Bedford is a way of sculpting. It's sculpting, but for dogs.
I didn't see anything. I really can't help you, I'm afraid.
Right, yeah. Nothing at all, eh? Just like how you saw nothing in that apartment that one day. You didn't step in the apartment to use the phone, Definitely didn't go in there to watch some TV with the power out, right?
Something tells me he'd be a good poker player. It's hard to tell much at all from his face.
Really? Edgeworth, please!
I don't think he'll be giving me much in the way of physical cues either.
It's a good thing Edgeworth wasn't there.
I'll have to rely solely on his words instead. That's the only way I'll know what's going on underneath. Alright, time to make my first move. Let's see who we're dealing with here. He may be good at hiding his emotions, but everyone has a tell.
I think his tell is all everything.
Tell me, what's your connection to this incident?
Which incident? The murder?
No, the fucking ice cream truck that came in the other day. Of course, the murder.
Oh, well, it has nothing at all to do with me. Nothing. Really? I wouldn't dream of getting involved in anything as ghastly as that. Well, you see, how can I put this? Well, I like to think myself as an upsetting citizen. A good person, if you will.
Yes, a good person who goes around waltzing into people's apartments, taking their stuff, and then killing them. Right, yes.
Forgive me, Mr. Sot, but under normal circumstances, good people do not tend to end up in prison. Especially for murder.
That's...
So you do well to tell me what you know about the incident.
How many times do I have to tell you people? I don't know anything, I swear. Sorry, I don't know what more to say, but I can't help you.
My apologies, Mr. Sot. But considering that the incident occurred right here in the prison, I find it very hard to believe that you know nothing at all.
Oh, well, yes, I suppose I can see how that might seem unlikely, but it's true. If you're looking for the person who found the body, you'll have to look elsewhere.
Why do you think I'm looking for the person who found the body? I certainly never mentioned any such thing to you. Is it because you do know something about you're not telling me after all?
No, I just sense that's who you might be looking for, that's all. I'm simply a pet stylist in training.
I don't know anything, truly. There's no doubt about it now, this man is hiding something big. In which case, let's find out what he did yesterday, the day of the incident. My opponent is very good at hiding his true feelings, but not for long. It's time to smash that mask of his and see what lurks behind that phony smile. Tell me about the day of the incident. If you really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you have nothing to hide, right?
Well, the day of the incident? Oh gosh, I mean, so much happened.
I want to know what you were doing, Mr. Sot, in detail.
I told you, I'm a pet stylist in training. And that's what I was doing yesterday. Training. And specifically, I was giving the animals a trim.
Were you thinking hard about it? Making sure they give them a trim worthy of their beauty? You didn't want to steal anything away from them?
You didn't notice any commotion at the time of the incident? I would imagine things were suddenly quite tumultuous around here.
Well, commotion, you say? No, not really. Maybe I heard someone, but...
You heard someone. Was it someone screaming by any chance? And don't try to tell me you don't remember. You continue to assert that you know nothing about the incident, Mr. Sot. But I'm afraid I don't believe a word of it.
No, I thought I heard someone yelling, but... I don't really remember.
The fact that he heard a scream at the time of the murder may well prove to be a useful clue. I would do well to bear it in mind. Tell me about the day of the incident. If you really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you have nothing to hide, right?
Well, the day of the incident?
Oh gosh, I mean, so much happened. Maybe we can go for this one now? What was it like in here, the prison, yesterday morning?
I really don't remember. I don't have the best memory, I'm afraid.
To deploy my clue. You don't remember? Please. You literally just confirmed that you heard a scream. It's okay, this guy can't even remember what time it is. I'm not surprised he doesn't remember saying that.
Oh, but I might have been mistaken.
A likely story. Where have I heard that before?
The truth is, I really don't remember.
Your memory fails you yet again. How convenient. But I know you're lying, Mr. Sod.
How dare you talk to me like... I mean, I'm not lying. Look, if you must know, when I'm working with the animals and I get into the zone, they're all I see.
Am I to understand you have something of a talent for animal grooming, then?
Well, my scissor technique could use a little work, but I'd say I'm quite good with the animals. They seem to like me. I'm especially good at calming them down when they get scared.
Scared? And when exactly do they get scared? Surely it doesn't happen very often.
Oh, well, that's... No, thankfully it doesn't.
These two both seem pretty good. I'm gonna try it. A loud scream would certainly frighten the animals, wouldn't it? Why are you going to such lengths to deny having heard the scream? What is it you're hiding, Mr. Sot? Tell me.
I can assure you I'm not hiding anything. I'll admit I really did hear somebody scream. I'm not hiding anything, I promise.
The mask is finally beginning to crack. Now I have to shatter it so completely by asking about the scream itself in more detail. I'm afraid you're about to learn a painful lesson, Mr. Sot, that hiding things from me never ends well for my opponent. Let's find out when. When did you hear this scream?
Oh, wait, now I remember. I forgot about the show. They put on a show for us prisoners around the time of the incident, you see. Yes, performing animals, if I remember rightly. That's where I was in the morning.
So now you wish to claim that you didn't hear a scream because you were at the show. You do realize that goes completely against everything you've told me so far.
And what are you gonna do about it, huh? That is, my memory is patchy, as they say.
I wish I could pick the top answer.
The animal show really had to be seen to be believed.
It did, didn't it? Tell me, what kind of animals did you see?
Let me think.
A whale? Wow, they had a whale at the circus? Crazy! Damn it, that didn't do anything. I thought we could just like drag him down a whole path about this theoretical whale and how he wrote it and how amazing it was. Unfortunate. I was really hoping that would have been right. When did you hear the scream? Okay, we'll buy time.
The animal show really had to be seen to be believed.
It did, didn't it? Tell me, what kind of animals did you see?
A whale.
Enough of your lies. You were nowhere near the show, were you?
I didn't think the direct approach would actually work, even with this guy.
Well, I seem to remember being there, but maybe I was, maybe I wasn't.
It's clear Mr. Sod wasn't at the show. This seems like a vital clue. Who did you hear screaming?
Wait, I just realized I made a mistake. When the incident happened, I was out in the yard. Yes, so I didn't hear anyone screaming. No one at all.
Time to deploy my clue. How long are you planning to keep up these lies? I already know that you weren't at the show. The game's up, Mr. Sod. It's high time you told me the truth. I demand to know about this scream. Now.
I can't tell you what I don't know. I didn't hear any scream, not from the person who found the body. If you don't have anything to ask me, I do need to be getting going.
Perhaps a little more activity is called for. Oh, that wasn't a good time to bide. Mr. Sod may be good at hiding his emotions, but he also has a tell. We just need to watch for it and respond. Okay, you weren't at the show. Wasn't the victim who screamed? How curious. Most people would assume that the scream had come from the victim. So then, why do you think it came from the person who found the body,
I made a mistake, that's all.
How, Mr. Sod? How did you know that it was the person who found the body who screamed? That's pretty obvious. This didn't go well for you last time someone cornered you like this. And once again, you're involved with the murder. You found the body. Maybe you even caused the body. And you're not very good at lying about it. Should I tell you? You knew because it was you who found the body. And the scream that was heard when the incident occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you.
How did you...
It's true, I admit it, but
what gives you the right to treat people like this?
Checkmate. Can't believe we had to play mind chess with Frank Sot. Now that we've established that you were the one who found the body, Mr. Sot, I believe you have lost any standing you might have had to withhold your cooperation.
Alright, you win. But I'm sure you won't have anything useful to tell you. It probably isn't even worth your time.
That's not for you to decide. By my hand, the truth will be revealed. Every decision I make is to ensure that end.
Except that's not exactly what we're here to do, is it?
What do you mean?
We're not trying to expose the truth, we're trying to save Simeon. That's what we do now, remember? We work to get our client out of trouble. Not as a prosecutor, but as a defense attorney's assistant.
Yeah, but I know a certain other attorney who also wants to seek the truth above all else.
What the Keymeister said. You need to listen to the kid more, you know? Client has requested the services of Edgeworth & Co. And as your old man always said, your relationship with your client comes before anything else. So if you think Mr. Saint's well-being has taken a back seat to some quest for the truth, well, let's just say I don't like to fire people. So I need you to fight against your instincts a little harder, yeah?
This will take some getting used to. In any case, the importance of this man's testimony remains unchanged. Therefore, Mr. Sot, I'm asking once more, what happened when you found the body? Saw it more like did it. What if he did, though? What if he gets arrested twice? What if he gets, like, super arrested now? Send him behind, like, the bars with the super criminals over there.
I was in the workshop there by myself, practicing what I'd learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop.
Oh, let me guess. Was it open? It looked ripe for the taking? You just had to get your grummy little hands over whatever was inside there?
I happened to peek through the little window, and then I saw him lying there. A man, not moving, dead. I quailed in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror.
Let me get this straight. The room you were in is next to the one where the corpse was found.
Yes, that's right. I was in workshop B.
And you were there the whole day?
Yes, from the 7 a.m. roll call onwards. There are 3 roll calls a day, you see. 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m.
And they check who's in the workshops during roll call, correct?
That's right.
Nothing was reported to be amiss at 7 a.m., which means that the night's body wasn't in the workshop yet at that point in time. Held 3 times a day, 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m. Victim's body had not been found at the time of the 7 a.m. roll call.
Guess that means the murder took place after 7 a.m.
Which puts it right around the time the show was happening.
Ah, yes, the show. I remember the other prisoners going to see it.
And therefore, anybody who wasn't at the show has no alibi. Would that be a fair assessment, Mr. Sod?
I guess so, but I only found the body, I swear.
There's a clear contradiction in Mr. Sod's testimony. Rooting it out should be my first priority.
Look, this man killed once before. He'll kill again. I'm not saying it's not him.
What exactly were you practicing?
How to be a pet stylist, of course. I'm a model prisoner, after all.
So he keeps saying.
Does this man even, like, have a chance of getting out? This man was put away for murder. Like, he's gotta be here for at least, like, 20 years minimum. I don't think he's ever gonna get a chance to be a pet stylist.
You found yourself there, really?
That's right. And then I found myself peeking through the little window in the door.
Why did you think to do that?
Gosh, I don't know. I just found myself doing it, really.
You clearly weren't concentrating on your work then.
No, that's not true. I'm a model prisoner. It's just all the other prisoners had gone to watch the show. I guess I was, well, kind of lonely.
Why didn't he go watch the show?
Like being stuck at school after everybody else has gone home, huh?
Yes, exactly like that. Anyway, I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop and...
Does that mean you didn't get a good look at inside?
No, I couldn't. The window was not only small, but it had bars over it, you see. Not exactly a panoramic view.
They're just so the guards can check what's going on, right?
That's right, yes. You're a very knowledgeable young lady.
You bet. Guess you could say I know a little something about prisons now, too.
I'll have to remind myself to address this newfound interest later. Anyway, yes, I peeked through the little window in the workshop door and...
Could you tell right away if it was a man or a woman?
It was clearly a man. His physique, his clothes. It was also very clear that he was dead.
You could tell just by peeking through the little window?
This man couldn't even tell a damn thing by peeking through a wide open apartment door. And yet somehow he knows a dead body through a tiny little window? I guess he has experience after all firsthand.
Look, let's just say this wasn't my first dead body.
Okay, he admits it. Good.
What? You mean you're in prison for...
To my eternal shame, yes. This was, however, the first time I'd seen another person's handiwork up close, so...
Yeah, you're not really helping your testimony here. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not really murder. Maybe it's more like manslaughter. It never was really clear if it was premeditated or not. It kind of just was off the cuff, right? You know? On the spot murder. Just a little killing for fun. Maybe a little unexpected, you know? Sometimes life be like that.
Do you recall how exactly you screamed? Any words you might have used? No, I only remember that I screamed. Folks don't tend to remember much when they're busy crying out in terror, Miles. Exactly, so, yes, I screamed. That's all I remember.
He presents himself as an innocent bystander, but nothing could be further from the truth. Given what he is, things couldn't have happened as he claims. The contradiction in his testimony is as clear as day.
I just need to present the evidence that proves it.
You think body was placed in the room between 7 and noon. Doesn't mean he died during that time. True, because the man who died isn't a prisoner. He has no armband, so there's no record of him entering that room. You would think a prison like this would have security cameras. I mean, isn't that a pretty normal feature of most modern prisons? And yet this prison has none of that. The only way that these people know prisoners are anywhere is because of the bracelets and the sensors on the doors that react to them. I feel like investing in security cameras instead of all these animals might have been a pretty useful choice. Early 2000s. What's this 2009? When did this game come out? No, this is 2011. Yeah, Investigations 2 was like... I'm pretty sure this is 2011. I wouldn't call that early 2000s exactly. Let's see. Yep, February 3rd, 2011. And considering that the rest of this area, the detention center part, is outfitted with security cameras, because this prison is connected to the detention center, the exact same one that Phoenix goes to in like every single case. Always has that security camera in the corner, and you can see security cameras as you go around. And yet this prison is camera free. Alright, what are we presenting here? I don't remember how I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. So wait, he was in that workshop there by himself, practicing what he learned. Is that possible? Maybe? We don't really have like a list of who's where at the time. It is strange though that he was allowed to be here by himself. Maybe the show was optional? I'm gonna peek in through the little window. I remember how I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. That's the suspicious part. I don't see how that could be possible. For several reasons. Enough of these pathetic lies, Mr. Sawit. I'm afraid that you've rather lost sight of what you are. What I am? I know precisely what I am. I'm a former newspaper salesman who's training to be a pet stylist. He's still claiming to be a newspaper salesman this whole time. Man, this guy's like a chronic liar through and through. To this day, he still doesn't admit that he was a thief. But that's not all you are, is it? Or did you forget the bracelet you wear around your wrist? A bracelet that marks you as a prisoner and therefore unable to move around as you please. As we both know, stepping outside that door would have sounded an alarm. Well, that's... But there's no way you could have looked into the other's workshop without leaving the room you were in. Ooh-wee, stylishly done, Drew.
Doesn't this mean that Mr. Sai couldn't have found the body then?
Good question, okay?
Perhaps Mr. Sai himself can explain.
So, actually, I may have forgotten to mention one very important detail. Sorry about that.
Classic.
I can explain exactly how I was able to see the body if you like.
By all means, go ahead. I wonder how many testimonies we have to go through with this guy. I'm expecting at least 4.
There's a little trick we prisoners know about, you see. As long as you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can leave without triggering the alarm.
And just how do you do that?
That's how I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop next door. Inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright.
So he's saying
he was able to take a look next door because he had kept his arm inside workshop B as he leaned out.
Oh, I see. I guess that could work.
Please don't tell anyone about her little trick. Especially not the guards. Please?
Is this it? Is this all he was hiding?
I better dig a little deeper into his testimony, just in case.
I don't know. That seems very unlikely unless his arms are like... Unless this guy's Mr. Fantastic, he ain't doing that. I mean, you can see right here how that would be impossible.
Tell me some more about this trick, Mr. Sod.
Of course. It's a simple trick, really.
I suppose that this allows you to enjoy a little taste of freedom.
It does. To be honest, it's one of the few things that brings me joy anymore.
A rather surprising source of joy, but rule breaking isn't exactly a demonstration of remorsefulness, is it?
Oh, but I am remorseful. I always am. I'm a model prisoner, after all.
I'm beginning to suspect that he doesn't know what a model prisoner actually is. Just like he doesn't know what a newspaper salesman is. So use this trick to peek through the window.
That's right, yes. I made sure the guard wasn't looking and leaned into the corridor.
Why did you make so much of an effort just to take a look?
Well, you see, I heard noises coming from next door. And that room was supposed to be empty, so I thought it was strange.
And you went to take a look as soon as you heard these noises?
Yes, of course. I had to see what was going on, so I went right away.
I see. Are there any problems with what Mr. Sod just said? You claimed that you looked into the next room as soon as you heard some noise. If that's the case, you must have seen more than just a dead body. Because the person who made the noises should have been in there too.
That's,
You've got him quaking in his boots, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Sod, tell us the truth about what you saw. You do, of course, have the right to remain silent, but it will do little to dispel the notion that you were somehow involved in this crime.
I'm sorry. I did see something else, but it's too insane to believe. I really thought I might have dreamt it. That's why I wasn't sure if I should mention it.
Just tell us what you saw.
All right. It was that dog. What I saw is the stuff of nightmares. That huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat.
Did you just say?
It was hellish. Utterly hellish. That beast. That awful beast. He killed him.
Suddenly I don't feel so good.
Jeepers creepers. That's awful. Talk about traumatizing. It was dreadful. Horrible. Now you know why I couldn't help but scream.
There's a man-eating dog on the prison's animal population, is there? Zod claims to have seen this dog biting the victim's throat. He doesn't seem to like me very much.
And that really is everything, I promise. You believe me, don't you?
For now, this one seems too far-fetched a lie, even for you. I'd like you to append what you just told us to your testimony, if you don't mind.
Very well.
What do you remember about the man you saw?
Oh, I remember everything. Let's see. He had blonde hair, and his neck was covered in blood because he was
dead. Yes, we know that, Mr. Sod. Thank you very much.
I'm just telling you what I saw. I thought you attorneys were obsessed with the little details.
Certain blue attorneys, maybe. There's some serious venom behind those words. Something tells me he may not have had the best experience with defense attorneys in the past.
How could you tell?
You're sure this black dog was biting the victim's throat?
Yes, there was blood everywhere. The beast's mouth was dripping with it and... Whoa. Spare us the gory details, will ya?
What about the victim? Was he...
Don't say it. Do you really need to ask him that, Mr. Edgeworth?
Okay, what was that punch for? I'm on your side here. He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there.
Meaning he was already dead.
There's so much blood just oozing from his neck. Oh, he was dead as a doornail, I'm sure of that. Not even a twitch of a finger. Just lifeless. Enough already. Why do you gotta go into every little detail like that? To give you a nice and accurate testimony. That is what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe he has learned his lesson after all.
Shall I add what I've said to my testimony, Miss Edgeworth?
Oh, yes, please. Please do.
It was awful, I tell you. Terrible.
Oh, we went up to 6! Whoa, what's this about a ring?
A snowflake motif in a relief. You seem to have a very clear memory of this ring, Mr. Sod.
Well, I used to go door to door selling newspaper subscriptions, you see. I had to take people in at a glance. Their appearance, their mood, that sort of thing. Figuring out who exactly you're dealing with is the first step in any sale.
A sale or theft?
Except in this case, you were figuring out a corpse.
What can I say? Force of habit. One that served me very well in my sales career, if I do say so myself.
Even so, you seem to have remembered things to an uncanny level of detail.
I suppose. And nevertheless, it's true. I remember the ring, the relief, all of it.
Is what he's saying even plausible, though? Perhaps I should take another look at the condition of the victim's body as we found it.
I know what I saw, Miss Edgeworth. My eyes don't lie.
So Knight was bitten in the throat by a dog that lives here in the prison? Not the most plausible of explanations, I have to say.
Well, they do say pets take after their owners.
But there are some things they shouldn't take after. Not if they're supposed to help reform their owners. Otherwise, what's the point of having an animal therapy program?
I should probably ask Mr. Sod a little bit more about this dog.
Okay, well there's one here that we didn't. Oh no, I guess we got them all. Okay. A ring gleaming as it caught the light. It features snowflake motif in relief. Now, we don't have the ring as evidence directly, but I wonder if we could still present it. But we don't have... Yeah, the ring's not here. I don't know if we can really present something related to the ring. Satisfied the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright. I still feel like he couldn't have peeked through, but considering all the information he gave us, I guess we're supposed to believe that. There's no way he made all of this up. Black dog, his mouth clamped tight around the man's throat. See, that seems hard to do because of the neck brace he had, but... I don't know, the neck brace is open. Oh, wait, he couldn't have seen... Right. Never mind. This is what we want to present.
A ring with a snowflake relief?
Yes, I saw it clear as day. It was carved in such fine detail.
Interesting. Your testimony is certainly very accurate. In fact, I'd say it's just a little too accurate.
And what's wrong with being accurate?
I mean this. You testified to have seen a ring with a snowflake design on it. And while the victim did indeed have a ring on his finger...
See? Exactly as I said.
There is no way you could have seen it. Take a look at this photograph. As you can see, the victim's right hand was covered by a tarp. It would have been impossible for you to see his ring, let alone what design was on it. Unless, that is, you approached the body and removed the sheet. You told us earlier that you only took a look through the window in the door. Yet you seem to have seen quite a lot from such a disadvantaged location, Mr. Sod.
Who the heck do you think you are, huh? Mr. Big Shot acting like you know it all. I mean, I saw what I saw, I swear. Oh, I know, the man's arm. It must have moved under the tarp after I peeked in.
I thought he was dead.
Nonsense. You already told us that it can't have been the case.
He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there.
Meaning he was already dead. You said it yourself that the victim was already dead.
And dead men don't move, do they? Ooh-wee. Is that the stench of eau de desperation I smell?
What are you hiding, Mr. Sod? Tell us.
No, You're wrong. Yeah, I know what I saw. Hey.
He did it again!
You couldn't let it go, could you? You had to keep on poking and prodding. You slimy two-bit associate attorney.
Didn't he throw it at, the prosecutor as well in the first one? Or, no, he didn't throw it at Phoenix, did he?
I can't remember if he threw it at Phoenix or the other guy. I feel like it was the Prosecutor, though. It seems the real Mr. Sard has finally revealed himself. This guy just has like a thing for throwing his toupee at prosecutors.
Whoa, that's quite the rug he was rocking. Came straight at you like some kind of flying black cat.
Look, I'm just a sweet, innocent witness here. But are you really? Because I must say I have doubts. Very serious doubts.
What's that supposed to mean?
You saw something that you should have been impossible to see from outside the workshop. So, how did you do it? That's simple. Mr. Sard, this is where you were standing when you saw the body. You were in the same room as the body. That's the only way you could have seen the relief on the ring.
You know, there was also a scar in the head on the body. Little scab wound. Like something hit him there. This guy has a lot of experience with hitting people over the heads with hard objects, you know. Maybe someone that experienced applied their skills to the situation at hand.
Say what you want, but you don't have a shred of evidence, do you? Nothing to prove I was in the room with the body, anyway. You can't prove it, can you? Because I was in the room next over.
It wasn't Nick? Okay. This guy just hates attorneys then. Gotta throw his hair at attorneys.
Minding my own business and looking after the animals. Why else would I have signed out a pair of rubber gloves? For fun? Now put up or shut up. I want to see evidence that proves I was in the room with the body.
Ah. Rubber gloves, you say?
Remind me, Mr. Sard, what were you doing when you discovered the body?
How many times do I was practicing my pet styling techniques.
Of course. Then perhaps this rubber glove might mean something to you?
That's...
This glove was found by the victim's body. I believe it was dropped by the killer. And I can't help but notice that you have a similar glove tucked into your apron.
No, this one's different.
Yes, that one does seem awfully lonely, doesn't it?
It's just a rubber glove. There are hundreds of them all over the prison. This doesn't prove anything.
Not yet, perhaps, but if I were to ask the police to check this glove for prints, I have a feeling the results would be rather fascinating.
Absolutely dead.
It's over. What the?
That was a pretty rad objection, am I right?
Please, Fender, now is not the time for tomfoolery.
But I have a legit objection, because this isn't over. There's something that doesn't make sense. A man here's a prisoner, right? He's got one of those bracelet doohickeys on.
That's true. So how could he have left his workshop in the first place? His bracelet would have triggered the alarm if he tried.
Right. I don't have a good explanation for that yet.
Well, anything you'd like to share, good buddy? We're all friends here.
That's weird.
He should be clinging onto that bracelet like the big round lifesaver it is.
In what way?
As in, it's the best hope our wig-flinging friend here has for getting the hook off for murder. Off the hook for murder. Sora can't get into the crime scene with a bracelet on. If it was me, I'd be arguing that for my life. And yet, he hasn't said a peep about it. I wonder why that might be, Sound of silence. I suppose Miss Law Priestess did preach that silence is golden yesterday, too.
Oh, you sound like an actual attorney for a second there, Mr. Fender.
The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show their biggest smiles. Gregory taught me that. It was part of the attorney's code he lived by. So, friend, what's the dealio? Why so coy about your bracelet?
Yeah, I'd play a game with Fender and Gregory. Like a sort of, I don't know, spin-off Ace Attorney game with those two. Maybe you could do like a game with those two as a mix between this and like an actual Phoenix Wright. Where you basically tack on actual court scenes with the exploration part of the game.
Well, to tell you the truth, it's broken.
What?
Broken? I fell over a little while back, you see, and hit it on the floor. After that, it didn't seem to set the sensors off anymore. I should have told the guards about it, I know, but, well, it was awfully convenient. I see. So your bracelet is broken. Do they really break that easily? Didn't, like, they set off a completely different alarm or, like, shock the user or something if the bracelet was tampered with? Or broke? Guess he got really lucky. If so, then this prison has a serious security problem. You there. Could we have a moment? Aren't you just the cutest? Meow! How can I help you, sir? This prisoner's bracelet appears to be broken. What? Really? That's not good. I'll get someone to find a replacement right away. Thank you. We'll keep hold of the broken one for the time being. Sot's bracelet wasn't working at the time of the incident and could not be detected by the sensors. The worst of times are when lawyers force their biggest smiles. This guard might be a furry. What, for liking a cat? Since when does liking a cat make you a furry? Although that would explain a lot about myself. What if the cat did it? What would the guard say then? Maybe he's the culprit. He said meow. He's just talking to a cat. Nothing wrong with that. That sentence, it's what Nick always says. When does he say that? I mean, you're probably right. It's been a while since we've played a Phoenix game. We've been stuck on these Edgeworth games for like the last 4 or 5 months now. So it's been a bit. Sweet, bracelet sorted. That'd turn our murder in. Yeah. What? No, I didn't kill anybody. Whoa there, Palio. You weren't the one who said your bracelet was out of commission. You were the one who said bracelet was out of commission. Or were there other inmates freely roaming the halls while everybody was busy watching the show? No, I just found the body, that's all. I promise. And when I did, that enormous dog still had his mouth wrapped around the poor man's neck. I only went to the workshop after the beast had left. And why did you go in? Oh, well, oh, fine. I wanted to go through his pockets, okay? He was going to rob the corpse. That explains why he remembers Knight's ring in so much detail. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a great thief. I'd never stoop so low as to steal from a... Well, I didn't steal anything either. The show ended just as after I entered the room, and all the other inmates came trickling downstairs thereafter. I panicked, rushed back to the other workshop, and started my fake screaming. I dropped the glove in your haste, huh? Used by Sod when he was doing his animal styling training, stained with blood and mud. I guess this all just about hangs together. Anything smell funky to you, Miles? Other than whether Mr. Sod is the one who did it, I'd say one very significant question still remains. The question of how Knight made it into the prison proper from his holding cell in the detention center. Ooh yeah, that one's a doozy. I also can't help but wonder about another key feature of Mr. Sod's testimony. That dog's involvement can only mean one thing. Mr. Sod. Yes, what is it? Were you the only prisoner who didn't go to watch the show? Well, no. There was one other who didn't. Am I right in thinking that this person couldn't have watched the show even if he'd wanted to? Yes, how did you... I knew it. I had my suspicions when we first ran into that black dog yesterday, but this confirms it. For a criminal that dangerous to end up in a place like this is unbelievable, but... Where's this person's cell? You're gonna see... him? Who are we talking about here? Him. He's not like the other prisoners, you know. He's special, gets treated like royalty. But you didn't hear that from me. All I'll say is, if you value your life, you will stay away from him. What? Will you please stop trying to scare us all the time? Big cheese, huh?
Well, I for one definitely value my life, so that sucks. And they keep him in maximum security.
No, when Miles said ahem, wait, I don't know if I can check the logs anymore. How far back are we talking here? Well, yeah, that sentence, I guess, but like, oh, you was just really getting into it. I don't know. I don't see a problem with saying meow. It was a force of habit. Alright, who's this big scary man that had to be locked away in solitary confinement?
Maximum security. Well, that's certainly one way of treating someone differently.
Alright, quit being so mysterious and tell us who he is already.
Let's just say he's highly skilled when it comes to people's lives. Better than anyone, in fact. And that's all I'm prepared to say on the subject. In fact, I may have already said too much. Well, Mozzie, anything you care to share, or are you going to leave Kay and I in the dark here too?
The mystery man in maximum security is an old acquaintance. Let's go pay him a visit. I suspect we'll find our dark canine friend there too. Now do we get to meet the person I'm thinking we get to meet?
Wow, it's pitch black in there. I can't see a thing.
But didn't you say that Yatagarasu takes flight even in the dead of night or something?
Yeah, but you never said that Yatagarasu sees where they're going. Even in the depths of night when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's plight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu.
Whoa, you're one powerful performer.
Thanks, but that doesn't help me see in the dark. I'm a human, not a three-legged raven.
There's the dog. Wait, you telling me the dog's in here alone?
Mr. Edgeworth.
That voice, I knew it.
This has been far too long.
You remember me?
I can hardly forget now, could I? After all, you are the one who put me away.
Mr. Edgeworth? Are you talking to that dog?
Or is there someone else in there? Still can't see a dang thing. Oh, but I am forgetting myself. Forgive me. I do not often receive visitors. One moment. I will turn on the lights.
Who the fuck is this? Never mind, this is someone new. What's Brainiac doing here?
You are a heavy-footed lot. Am I right in thinking there are 3 of you in all? Very well. Perhaps we should start by introducing ourselves. I am Bodhidharma Canis. As you may have gathered, Mr. Edgeworth and I are old acquaintances.
Canis was a notorious assassin. Some knew him as the Blind Butcher. His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound and a fearsomely sharp knife. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells, the last sound his victims would ever hear.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I to guess why you have come to see me?
You know why I'm here. In fact, I'm willing to bet you know every detail of this sordid little affair already.
Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another.
Yeah, the dog now makes perfect sense. I was wondering why the dog had, like, the strap around him. But if this guy's blind, then it explains everything. Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect in a murder investigation. The person who found the body saw a dog with its mouth around the victim's throat.
Your witness is mistaken. Helmet is a gentle soul. He is my eyes, nothing more. It is absurd to think that he would do such a thing. Isn't it, boy? Yes, it is. You're a good boy, aren't you?
Helmut is more than a mere Serenite dog, and he's certainly no good boy.
He's also a trained killer. A weapon once used in this man's sordid trade. I wonder if, Shelley knows this guy. This witness of yours. He is trustworthy, I assume. Sarge is anything but trustworthy, and he's still very much a suspect himself. I can hardly claim that his testimony is beyond a reproach. And no, then? I thought as much. Yes, I did, Helmet, yes. Figures that he already knew who our witness is. Why is this man playing, like, chess on a... what almost looks like a shogi board back there? What are you doing what were you doing between 8 and 10 a.m. yesterday morning, Mr. Canis? During the show, you mean? I was here, ensconced in these humble surroundings. I have developed a passion for wood carving, you see. An obsession, even. I was engrossed in it all morning. Did you have permission to engage in such a hobby? I can't believe someone would actually let you. The warden and I have an understanding. Understanding? That's ridiculous. This man shouldn't be allowed 1, let alone 5 chisels. And nothing but lethal weapons in his hands. I was carving Buddhist pieces at first. By the 674th, my interest had begun to wane.
Oh, that must have taken forever.
Time is all I have, child. In any case, my focus has now shifted to pieces, such as these.
Oh, he carved that chess set. Yo, that looks sick! I want that chess set.
I didn't know you played chess. You play too, do you not, Prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me? Though you may find my game rather rudimentary, I only began after my arrival here, I'm afraid. What's that piece? A dog with 3 heads. Ah yes, the dogs of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war. Soldiers, knights, castles, all doing their utmost to protect the king. All loyal to the last. I've always thought it strange that such a game has no place for a dog. After all, what more loyal weapon could an army call upon? Still, it's simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not, I play by the regular rules, and with regular pieces. I can't imagine it's easy finding opponents to play here in prison, though. Especially in solitary confinement. Oh, I have my correspondence. Correspondence chest, then? Sharing moves by post? Yes, even prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters. Their contents are inspected, of course. Although, I've yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move. Carved for fun by Canis. He also seems to be engaged in correspondence chess via postal mail.
Yeah, mail order chess. I mean, it's not... I don't know how common it is these days, but, well, at least, like, in the traditional form, but people do still play chess by email. That's actually a pretty common way to play chess online. Sure, you can play live chess against a live opponent, and a lot of people do that, but usually most chess applications have an option to play, like, asynchronous chess, where you start a game, you pick an opponent, you don't play at the same time, you make a move, and then when your opponent feels like it, they send a move back. It's usually done by, like, sending, like, the notation, like, through chess notation. Like, knight to a5 and all that sort of thing. Sounds like this current opponent isn't a resident here. I kind of want to hear more about this opponent. I suppose you know the identity of the deceased, Mr. Canis? His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor unfortunate soul. You keep your ear to the ground. My ear is all I have, Mr. Edgeworth. Why am I not surprised that he's plugged into the prison's information network? But perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all. What do you mean? Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one, a crime for which he would have to been made to pay dearly anyway. The attempted assassination of a president. That is no small matter. Attempted assassination?
Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, didn't Mr. Knight...
Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader and that there was no attempt on the president's life. Could it be? Are they attempting to cover up President Wang's fake assassination scheme? Whoa there, cowboy.
You're saying the Bronxster didn't actually have a pop at the press? I was hired to defend him on the charge of attempted murder.
You mean you don't know what really happened? So what, they just blamed the whole assassination thing on Mr. Knight?
It would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved.
Of course, they took you off the case to try and keep you away.
And swapped that in that Wiener kid to push through an attempted murder charge.
In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth.
Ooh, corruption from those protecting the others from corruption. Or proving corruption. The law itself being corrupt, who would have seen that coming?
So they really were trying to frame him. According to the guards, this Knight, was it? They tell me he was violently insistent that he had attempted no assassination.
Which would have come out anyway when the case went to trial.
I'm no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say this one thing. I know for certainty that he would not have been the first inmate imprisoned on false pretenses. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, Helmut. Yes, it is, yes. The courtroom is not always the bastion of truth you believe it to be, Mr. Edgeworth.
No bastion of truth, huh? I've heard something to that effect before. Yes, from a certain Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors.
You're not twisting the truth behind these closed courtroom doors, too, are you? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today.
I never was able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors.
Even Helmut understands. Don't you, Helmut? Yes, you do. The truth's revealed in court in your deductions. It is dangerous to trust either implicitly. But I am not bitter. You are not the first person to make a subject of unfounded suspicions in recent days. In fact, I was visited by another prosecutor only yesterday. He was accompanied by a judge. They even dragged the warden along, her distaste for me lingering unspoken in the air.
Wait, he's a blind man, so who's the one delivering letters and reading the moves of his opponent? Because I highly doubt the message was in Braille. I mean, it could have been. Why not? Maybe... I mean, he apparently has an understanding with the guard, so... Maybe the guard helps him with his chess game or something. But I don't see why it wouldn't be in Braille. So, you know, if you're playing with an opponent, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I don't think it's that far-fetched to let your opponent know that you're blind and you'd request your stuff in Braille or something. I don't know. I mean, there's a number of ways they could probably do the notation. Maybe they have like a system for it with like other objects and not just writing.
Look, these two again.
Prosecutor Winner and Judge Gavelle. They went over my cell with a fine-tooth comb, but they left empty-handed. They were looking for the murder weapon, I believe, to no avail. But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it they searched every cell in the prison, and still failed to find what they were looking for. I pray they weren't too disappointed.
Winner, Gavelle, and the warden searched the prison for the murder weapon, but couldn't find anything. The guards need to be able to read it, so unless the guard could read Braille, that seems unlikely. Maybe. What if it was, like, written in, Braille... I mean, okay, so maybe the guard knew how to write his... Or whoever's playing. I don't know why I said guard. His opponent, maybe his opponent knows how to write in Braille, but maybe... I mean, a blind guy might still know how to write in, like, normal letters. Like, if you close your eyes, you should still be able to write out words, right? Maybe it doesn't look quite as good, but like the thing about writing is you can do it subconsciously. Like you don't need to think about it and actually watch what you're doing. People write without looking all the time. I don't think it's that far-fetched. Maybe there's something to it. You might be onto something, but as it stands, doesn't seem that crazy.
Well, that posed more questions than it answered. What do we do now?
Sod's testimony is flimsy at best. I'll need more proper evidence if I want to take Connus on.
Well, I think that's quite enough chit-chat for one day. Let us show you out. Good boy, Helmet. Go on now.
Wait, how did Helmet get out? How did Helmet get out? I know the animals are allowed to walk around freely, but like this thing, you just let him out? I guess that's why there's like 2 doors on the thing. Like it looks like there's a small door for animals and then part of the big door.
He's not showing us out permanently, right?
Let's get out of here.
Until next time, Mr. Connors. It does pain me that our brief time must end, just as we were becoming reacquainted. I await your return, Mr. Edgeworth. Now to gather the evidence I need to bolster my case.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
That's the best hiding spot she could find. It's alright, Kay. You can come down now. Where's Fender?
He ran off somewhere.
Had no idea he could move that fast. Fender.
So what do we do now?
You and I will continue the investigation. I know just where to start. By solving that one particular mystery that's been dogging us this whole time. Knight's body was found in one of the prison workshops, but he was presumably being detained in one of the detention center's holding cells. So how did he wind up on the other side of those heavy security doors? Let's start by investigating the holding cells.
In Mr. Knight's room, right? But, what about Mr. Fender?
I'm sure he'll find us when he's ready.
Sure, but he is kind of our boss, isn't he? Oh well.
We'll do a little independent investigation. Holy shit, look at that guy's mustache. Second from the right. And the black hair. That thing is huge. It's like half his face.
The victim's cell is just over there.
Lead the way, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm saying the message sent both ways goes through the guard, so he's clearly paying someone outside prison. Playing someone. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, true. Yeah, he definitely would be playing someone outside prison. But I'm wondering who that could be. My guess? Maybe it's a bit of a long shot. But it's probably Shelly. I feel like assassins might know each other. I don't know how good terms they would be with each other, but maybe these two, you know, they're just really fond of chess. You know, the game of chess goes beyond all boundaries of work and possible relationships.
Who's that? Warden Lagarde. She must have come from the corridor marked no entry.
He's still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct?
No. I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report.
I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack.
A killer for hire?
Oh.
I couldn't help overhearing, Warden Lagarde, but were you just talking about Bodhidharma Canis?
My, you were listening? How very gauche of you. A girl's privacy is her armor, you know.
Do you normally conduct interrogations of the man yourself?
Oh, it's not just him, darling. I try to have the occasional tete-a-tete with everyone, you see. That's what it means to be a member of the family in this little home of ours.
What if she's the person he's playing chess with?
There isn't a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once.
Your office?
Oh, how sweet. He's angling for an invite. Well, I suppose it is the hottest ticket in town. It's down this corridor here, darling. But FYI, I don't let just anybody wander in willy-nilly.
Let's see, that would put it right around here.
It's a wonderful room if I do say so myself. All my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my fabulous garden and the yard? Ooh la la. The yard? If it's anything like the rest of this place, it's probably full of adorable animals, right? Can I see? Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take an interest, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. Why not? Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see it that badly, you'll just have to get convicted for doing something unspeakable.
That's a rather steep price to pay.
Oh, but just listen to me chattering away like there's no tomorrow. It's time for Ali's lunchy brunch. The poor dear will be dying.
Ali?
The sweetest little dear in all the world. I know I shouldn't have favorites, but you know how it is. Now to the yard with me. Ciao for now, darlings.
Now, is that deer a pun, or... I wanted to ask her more about Canis, but she dominated that conversation from start to finish. Let's go investigate the victim's cell, shall we? Wow, that's a fancy looking cell. The fuck? The hell's that thing on the table? So this is Night Cell.
When do you think he was brought in, Mr. Edgeworth?
It would have had to have been the evening of the 25th, just after the events at the lake. And then, at some point, he wound up in the prison proper. But how? There must be some evidence here that will point us in the right direction.
Alright, let's get lucky, Mr. Edgeworth.
What do we got over here? Oh, there's a security camera! Reflected in the mirrors.
Security camera! A great thief's greatest enemy. Nothing about this place is very thief-friendly, if I'm being honest.
I think that might be entirely deliberate, Kay. God! I'd like you to retrieve the footage from this security camera and review it as carefully as you can. If you see anything out of the ordinary, inform me immediately.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's on the desk? I gotta know what this is. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Yeah, this.
Ooh, what's a menu doing here, Miss Edgeworth?
They get a menu in prison? It seems that those held in detention center are able to choose what they'd like to eat each day. If they can afford it, that is.
Money makes the world go round, I guess.
Well, I guess they're not really, you know, incarcerated yet, so they'd still be normal citizens with a job and everything.
But doesn't that make life super easy for rich detainees?
Okay, bear in mind that the people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Some of them don't deserve to be punished. Quite a few of them, in fact.
So you're saying it's fine that people with money don't have as hard of a time of it as everybody else?
Ugh. But I wind up defending the practices of the detention system. He's been spending too much time with, blue lawyers, I guess.
Hey, look at this weird piece of paper.
There's some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. Is this, perhaps, his opponent? The grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose.
What's a chess diagram?
Visual representation of a game of chess. See how the locations of all the pieces are marked? This seems to be a closely fought contest. Perhaps if this pawn were... No, wait.
Not now, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no time to be playing games.
Yes, I suppose you're right. This isn't the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. It's from a different perspective. It was definitely the same game. Perhaps it would be wise to take another look at the evidence in my possession. Nothing else here? Do we have that here? We do indeed. This chess game. I've seen it before.
Enough with the chess chat, Mr. Edgeworth. We're supposed to be investigating here. Focus.
I am investigating. This particular bit of chess chat could prove to be vital. Now, take a look at this. Can you tell me what it is?
It's the chess set we saw in Mr. Canis' cell. But, I don't really know the rules of chess, so...
The rules of the game are not important here. What is important are the positions of the pieces. Compare the ones in Mr. Canis' cell with these. Do you notice anything?
I don't know which piece is which or anything, but... If you turn the diagram like this... There are pieces in the same squares.
Indeed. There's no dog on the diagram, but that's to be expected. Apart from that, however, the positions of the pieces are identical.
And what does that tell us?
Oh, I have my correspondence. As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Constance's chess opponent was...
Mr. Knight?
This could just be the proof we need to show that Mr. Constance has a connection to the victim.
How much did he know about his chess opponent, though? What's up here? A second chance of life, interviews with a former prisoner, making money while serving time, you'll laugh tomorrow, an anthology. Oh yeah, just, you know, man, remember when I committed that crime? Oh boy, that was a hoot. Understanding animal emotions, seems relevant. Life as a pet stylist, because that's the only skills you're gonna have when you get out of prison. Is this a prison or some sort of like brainwashing camp for pet groomers? 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. Do we really want that in a prison? Don't want to give people any ideas. And why do we need 3 copies of it?
Wow, that's a lot of books. Let's take a look. You'll Laugh Tomorrow, an anthology, Understanding Animal Emotions, Life as a Pet Stylist. Maybe there was more to Mr. Knight than met the eye.
Sadly, I don't think these were his. They were likely specially selected and placed here for the detainees. They hoped that they would want to better themselves during their time here. Second Chance of Life. Interviews with a former prisoner. These books appear to have been written by current model prisoners and former inmates.
Ooh, I like the look of this one. 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. And this one too. Making money while serving time.
This facility may have more deeply rooted problems than I thought. This bowl is nice and spotless. And there are no signs that the toilet paper has been used. Everything seems to be in order with this toilet here.
What? Are you serious?
Why? What's wrong?
There's no door. There's not even a curtain. Whoever designed this place should have thought a little more about the people who have to live here.
I think there might be a reason behind the open plan layout.
Yeah, you don't want people doing anything sneaky, even on the loot.
A standard barred window. No signs of it having been tampered with. I don't think there's any chance our killer escaped through here.
Aha! Must remember to bring something to saw through iron bars with. As they say, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Glad I got the chance to scope this place out.
Okay, we're investigating a crime scene, not preparing for your eventual escape.
Just gotta get convicted first. That's what the warden was saying. Yeah, what do we got here? Well, kind of recognize the jacket.
Hey look, this newspaper's got a chunk of it missing.
You're right. A few of its pages have been roughly torn out. But why?
Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell, but didn't have a cleaning cloth?
Yeah, because when I'm missing, like, paper towel or something, my first thought is newspaper.
It's not a totally implausible theory, I suppose, but we tried to clean their cell. This bed doesn't look very comfortable, but that pillow cover is very clean. Spotless, in fact.
I bet this is the kind of bed Gummy sleeps in. I can just picture it, can't you?
No, I sense he's more of a mattress on the floor type.
My man!
This must be Knight's suit jacket.
So I've been doing some research of my own.
Oh, and what have you discovered?
I've discovered that guys who look good in suits tend to be popular with the ladies. But don't worry. Guys with frilly neck ruffles are next on my research list.
Please stop. There's something different about this spot here.
This part of the floor is really clean. Did somebody wipe it down or something?
What is on the floor? Is that just dust or something else?
Why would somebody only do the part right next to the bed, though?
Anything else here? Doubt we're allowed to just walk out. But... well, almost can walk out. There's nothing else to look at, though. Oh, I guess it's time for logic, then. Torn newspaper, white floor. What, you think he dusted it with a newspaper? I guess. But why?
This part of the floor has been wiped clean. Maybe he spilled some grape juice? Who knows? But we can certainly imagine what he used to do the wiping. The torn out pages of that newspaper. Why wouldn't he just ask a guard for a cloth or something, though? Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping up. There are signs that the floor of the victim's detention center holding cell was wiped clean. I think we've about exhausted this cell. We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Mr. Connors and the victim. Is that the guard? The security camera's footage, sir. I watched it and... What is it? Can you show it to us? Yes, sir. I have a small playback monitor with me. What are you waiting for? Let's see it.
What happened in this cell? Whoa, it's 3D! What the fuck is that? He's getting attacked by a feral animal!
Was that?
That black thing. It's that dog, right?
Until now, our assumption was that the crime had taken place inside the prison proper. But it seems that assumption may have been wrong.
How did the dog get out?
Knight had actually been attacked in this location. Right here in the detention center. And the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Connors' dog. This is just the evidence we needed.
I'm more surprised by the fact it was full-on 3D animation. Holy shit. That's some advanced tech. We're not gonna get to see that again for like another game in a bit, probably.
If this is where Mr. Knight was actually murdered, then one of the pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes on a whole new meaning. If Knight's cell was the crime scene, which piece of evidence takes on a new significance?
I would say this piece.
The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something. Could that something have been his blood?
Hey, what, did Knight clean up his own blood? I feel like, why would he want to cover that up? At that point, you should definitely get some help. I feel like someone else was doing it. Knight didn't clean up the blood, someone else did it.
Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor?
Name it, sir.
There's a detective by the name of Gumshoe somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have this cell tested for traces of blood, and to report the results to Edgeworth.
You got it, sir.
Now we can really go after that Connors guy, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, not yet. We still don't know how Knight and the dog moved between his cell and the prison proper.
Right, so that's what we need to figure out next. What's the play, Coach? Where are we off to?
I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have to tell us.
Okay, time to get asking. Huh?
It's you!
Thanks for the tour. Later. Well, well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. I didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. This is Agent Shilong Lang of Interpol. He was in charge of a case I worked on 2 weeks back. I thought he had gone home to Shangfa after that, but here he is. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang? You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though.
First a black hound, now a wolf all in black. Hey, wait, why are you all alone today?
That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. I hear you were at it again a couple days back, sticking your nose into things. A couple of days back? Ah, he means the incident with President of Shangfa. Actually, I thought you might be there as well, heading up the security detail. Ha! Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficacy of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Lang doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. which is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked cream-of-the-crop officers. Indeed, no doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. What? They're not? It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened? I told you, it doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor.
Well, he seemed not okay.
Yes, and I very much would like to know why. But there's nothing we can do about it right now. We'll worry about Agent Lang later. We have an investigation to conduct.
Alright, let's start by talking to these guards.
Oh man, I'm in so much trouble. What's the matter? You seem perturbed.
Oh, well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker.
Did it grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere?
Where in the world did that idea spring from? Probably reading too much Dr. Seuss.
Anyway, help you track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Stolen from a guard's locker in the detention center corridor on March 26th. Interesting. I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here recently?
That thing? No way. If I had, I'd... Well, let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about standing guard here.
So, do you and this dog have some kind of history or something?
Now, Kay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. By the sound of it, Countess's dog hasn't been spotted on this side of those heavy security doors.
Hey, are those my faithful assistants I see before me?
Fender, and where exactly have you been?
Where have I been? I've been looking for you two. Been searching high and low. Wandering lonely through the prison halls. It was terrible, I tell you.
But the prison's over on the other side of the facility, boss.
So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You want to hear it, right? Right?
Seamless.
I was chatting with a few of the guards and they told me something interesting. Turns out the Bronxster had himself a little incident 2 days ago. A pre-mortem, if you catch my drift.
An incident? Simeon told me you came to visit his pal, right?
Well, it happened right after they'd wrapped up, when the Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. It was just one guard and he was handcuffed, obvious. They made it back and the guard was taking off his cuffs when Bronxster clobbered him, knocked the poor guy out cold. Sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak. Because when the other guards showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys.
With any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape?
That's the bit that fries the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in his cell, then turned up dead. And what's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. They turned his cell inside out too, but no dice.
Carter was struck. What did he have to say?
Nothing. Poor guy was still out when they took him to the hospital. Word is he's still there.
So there's nobody around to tell us what really happened. That's like the most realistic depiction of someone getting knocked out I've ever seen. Because yes, if someone knocked you out, you would be in a hospital for days, maybe weeks. It's not pleasant. Guard was attacked and his keys, including the one to Knight's cell, were stolen, yet to be recovered. That's all we need. Is that them? It's them.
Why are you still hanging around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Miles here is working with me now as an associate.
Nonsense. You're just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart. This means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue.
Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me.
Jasgavel, great to see you again.
I know who you are. You're Simeon Saint's attorney.
Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Or not. I'm totally cool either way.
No. Did I hear you correctly? that Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yep, and me too. We're officially employees of Edgeworth & Co. But a prosecutor's a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain?
After you drew the sword on us? No, I don't blame him.
It's not a problem if I'm not getting paid, though, correct?
Exactly. What he said. Marcio's just a volunteer. We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co.
How wonderful. So you all work without reward. The goddess would surely approve.
Yeah. I'm a regular philanthropist.
Judge Gavel, I was hoping to ask you about the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest.
That information is on a neat...
Is that a challenge I hear? Oh, this kid. I hate him already.
No, I was just asking Judge Gavel.
I'm always ready for a little verbal combat to show you what it takes to be a real winner.
How is verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove to be useful. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin by telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested.
There will be no need for that. Eustace, we...
Not now, Gavel. Watch and wonder as I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place.
He's going to run rings around me.
I think you meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me. And I will, so badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth.
Hopefully this is the last part of this section. I was hoping to end stream soon, but I was kind of waiting to see if we could get to like the next chapter end, as it were.
You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple. Simple. I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. How's that for some winningly inconvertible, conclusive proof? And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature. Where do I even begin? Look at you, utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I'll take your silence as yet another win. Honestly, does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner? Well, obviously it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it. So I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Of course, that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavel is silently thinking over there. I'm just checking, but you do know who it was you arrested, correct? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? Of course I know who was I arrested. It was Simeon Saint. Good to know he remembered that much, at least. Just checking the basics here. Rock solid, you say? I'm impressed. Hold on. I know what you're trying to do here. You're trying to butter me up. Well, it might work on the chumps you meet in court, but it won't work on me.
The evidence we found is certainly rather damning for Mr. Saint. And perhaps you should tell Mr. Edgeworth about it, Eustace.
Damning is right. And it was on the strength of that evidence that I decided to arrest him. Evidence of him was all over that thing. Could you be a little more specific, Mr. Winner? Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I'd hope even you could put 2 and 2 together. Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony.
Come now, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it.
Fine, if you insist. I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. Wow. Never
would have guessed. Did anyone see that coming? I sure didn't. Eustace. Real stand-up guy this is. Finding evidence that we never even heard of before. That chest set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simeon Saint.
Praise be to the goddess of justice for the insight she offers. And congratulations once again, Eustace. You would not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, by all means, please do. It's only going to be your downfall. But you weren't the one who actually found his prints, were you?
Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to forensics.
Fingerprints are certainly a problem, but then that chest set was... I should take another look at the evidence. The only incontrovertible fact here is that you don't know how to give a proper testimony.
What are you talking about? It's not my fault if you can't keep up. Perhaps I should be so bold as to offer some additional details. The only fingerprints found at the scene belong to the guards, the prisoners, the victim, and Mr. Saint. I think you'll agree that Mr. Saint's were the only prints that had no business being there.
Yes, exactly. Now do you get it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do.
I'm not so sure about you. Notice how this guy, like, subtly changes his testimony? Every time we press him?
If there were other prints at the crime scene, shouldn't those prints people be suspects too?
Other people?
I don't think so.
And why not?
Had Mr. Saint's prints not been found in the chest set, those others would indeed have been suspects. Yet somehow his prints were there, despite the fact that they had no business being there.
Oh, and the other people's did have business being there?
Exactly.
Which means Mr. Saint was,
He is neither a prisoner nor a guard, therefore he should not have been able to enter the prison. Finding his prints in a place he shouldn't have had access to is grounds enough for arrest, no?
Yeah, what she said. Not bad, Cavell.
You're too kind.
You saw it first, and I suppose you can prove that.
I made the connection the moment I saw the crime scene. It was a lightning-fast deductive leap. What more evidence do you need?
Well, you haven't given me any evidence at all so far, so...
You still don't get it, do you?
Well, don't worry. We can't all be born winners. Not sure I even want to get whatever it is he's talking about. I got an achievement for that! What achievement was that? Can I check them here? Oh, I can't. Unfortunate. Was that for pressing his entire dialogue? But we still have one more to check.
Are you sure you mean light years, Mr. Winner?
Maybe?
Light years are a measure of distance, not time, Eustace. An easy mistake to make.
And while you're at it, you should tell him that parsecs are the same thing.
Oh. What was that pause for? Was he booting from a blue screen moment?
Well, that was...
kind of vague, and really hard to follow.
Indeed. Perhaps I'd better start by teaching him how to properly express himself.
Don't hold back, Miss Edgeworth. Knock him into shape.
Where do we even begin with this guy's testimony? Okay, well, considering that we pressed everything, the only one left that even has any modicum of contradiction here is probably this. Like, earlier there was like 2 or 3 things we could have done, but pressing seemed to, you know, iron out the wrinkles.
So the fingerprints on the chest set are the ace up your sleeve?
The what of my what? Oh, yes, the chest set up the ace's sleeve.
That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual.
Only your winning hand is a busted flush.
For you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought that chest set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it.
That took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mr. Saint's arrest was premature. Premature. The incident took place here within the walls of this facility. And being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint. Oh! Now what? I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And to think you were the one accusing me of being hasty. For a second there, I thought he might not have understood the definition of premature. Did he only just work out what that word means? Sure identified Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I won the race when it came to picking up the crucial evidence too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty? Not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a god or a prisoner here, but he was... Eustace. Judge Cavell. But out, Cavell. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may... While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive? If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth, Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you'd like to hear it? Yes, of course. That. Well remembered, Cavell. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed. Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested? Let's just say you won't be disappointed. Judge Cavell deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of questioning. What exactly is she up to?
I want to hear about this murder weapon that he found. Considering that we possibly know what the murder weapon is.
Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I concluded that the weapon in question must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chest set. That's what I think anyway. And since the only prints we found in the chest set belonged to the victim and the suspect...
Doesn't that contradict what he said, like, literal seconds ago?
I'd say it's blindly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you? If nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than the last. Another winning deduction, brought to you by one winner, Eustace, Prosecutor Extraordinaire. More like one winner, useless Prosecutor Extraordinaire, if you ask me.
But how could anyone even hide a weapon inside that chest set?
Yeah, good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves? Inside the chessboard, I suppose there's only one way to find out.
Well, we opened this earlier. Would something really fit in there? Looks pretty tight.
There's nothing in here but chess pieces.
That laugh is really something.
He seems pretty convinced the weapon was hidden in here somewhere. I better take a closer look.
Oh, don't tell me this is a fake back. Of course it is.
What? The stiff lining at the top opens like a flap door.
Whoa, there's plenty of room in there.
Indeed. More than enough to hide something like a small knife. Ingenious, though. The killer snuck the weapon in by... Ha! What do you mean, ha? Let me finish, will you? I fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winner. Or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate.
Huh? I mean, yeah, and... The security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. You must pass through another one on the way into the prison itself, remember?
Aha! Yes! Yes, that's right. Of course I remember. He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility. Which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winner.
That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check.
Are you telling me that the chest set wasn't put through the metal detector?
It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late.
I feel like everything should go through a metal detector when you're entering a prison, but that's just me.
Very good. Thank you, Gavel. It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you'd be so kind as to begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winner's holds up, shall we? Alright, how much is this testimony going to change when I press it this time? A metal blade, you say? And do you have any evidence to support this? You mean you didn't even look at the victim's injuries? Why am I not surprised, you third-rate? The fatal blow was a stab wound to the neck, and it was delivered by a knife-like blade. That much is absolutely beyond doubt. It appears that they're not yet aware of a certain other piece of information. Lost for words, are we? Then I'll just keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end there, you know. The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they're actually forbidden. Well, no, I mean, some of the prisoners used scissors to cut the animal's hair, and
the avenue of inquiry was conscientiously pursued, as you no doubt recall, Eustace.
Yes, only one bladed object has been signed out by a single prisoner at the time of the incident. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found. I suppose he's referring to the scissors Mr. Sart was using. So there's no way the blade in question came from inside the prison.
Hold it!
Outside? What does that mean exactly? The opposite of inside, you numbskull! Was that an attempt at clarification or a put-down? Because it clearly accomplished neither.
What Eustace means to say is that must have been brought in from outside the prison, by Mr. Saint.
Honestly, Edgeworth, if you haven't figured that out by now, then you're an even bigger loser than I thought. Feeling is mutual, believe me. Mr. Saint clearly brought the murder weapon into the prison. The question is how?
Hold it!
But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene, and there's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winner. Do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be?
Well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison.
That seems a little vague. They hid it somewhere inside the prison. That seems unlikely. In fact, I can prove that's not the case. What evidence suggests the murder weapon is hidden somewhere inside the prison? Are we implying about the whole dog thing? Or is this something else? What mentions something like that? Oh, wait, they mentioned something like that.
Take that!
I'm starting to worry about your memory, Mr. Winner. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon?
Well, yes, but
I guess we just missed it, that's all.
wow, way to undermine yourself.
You're saying your search was entirely thorough? You, the so-called winning rookie? Well, I mean, rookie is right in the name, you know, he's bound to make mistakes once in a while. Stop making fun of me!
Eustace, calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin.
You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edge Worthless here get under my skin? Wow, I'm surprised that's the first time anyone has done that. I didn't even think of that one. Holy shit. That's like the smartest thing he said all day. I'll thank you to leave my name out of this.
Well, I'm Kay Faraday, and I'm A-OK.
Not you too, please. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find. Which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked. Obviously. But what you are proposing is impossible. And this proves why the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with him. Well, the metal detector, right? Because surely then it would have been found. More memory trouble, Mr. Winner? Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. Are you making fun of me? Again? Oh, so you remember what I said. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. Ooh, what's that?
Wait, does he seriously not remember?
It would certainly seem that way. There's a security gate at each of the entrances to the detention center in the prison proper. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to pass through both of them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors. Oh, wait, now I remember.
Looks like he got his memory back.
So, as you can see, there is no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. And therefore, there is no way the murder weapon could have left the building.
In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be?
It is still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn.
But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything.
Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were laboring under the misconception that it's a blade you were looking for.
Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes.
That is quite a claim.
I assume you have the evidence to support it? What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime?
Take a look at this, Judge Gavel, and the weapon used in this case will become clear. This is footage taken from a security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now, watch it for yourselves and see. Look how smooth that animation is. Holy shit. Did they redo that model? They must have. There's no way that model looked that good on the DS. What? But how? This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say?
Yes, it certainly is significant.
So now we know that Knight was in fact killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there is no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all.
That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth.
Judge Cavell.
You are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence. But it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you have also been asking yourself.
She's right. There's one major problem with my version of the events.
The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will?
Look at his smug look. Fuck this guy. Oh.
How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth?
The truth is, I don't know yet. Of course not.
Can it, Wonder Boy? He didn't notice there was a problem. Till the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. This court is adjourned.
But wait, there's still so much more to explore. Man, why can't the judge, like, yell overruled like this during trials?
Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would be so kind as to leave the courtroom.
Court was never in session in the first place.
Once again, this court is a...
We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint.
What do you mean?
Just as we don't know how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. so it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Cavell, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison.
You wish for the court to provide you with proof? Highly irregular, but very well.
What is this, like, RPG boss music? What? They actually have something?
That seems like a good time as any. And I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on the case.
What's she building up to here?
Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living, so allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer.
Oh, that explains his name. A what?
Yes, perhaps you've heard of the Very Big Circus?
The...
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all.
Important in what way, exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps?
A meeting? Oh, heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. You see it now, I assume? As I'm sure you're aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the Very Big Circus. So does that mean Mr. Saint... Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of that show. A fact that has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt.
Wow. That does kind of make it harder to acquit Mr. Saint here. She held on to that fact until the last possible moment. She let me run with my own theory, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait.
But oh, Cavell, I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may, while the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, do we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor?
That must be why she steered him onto a different topic back then, too. I got you good, didn't I, you third-rate prosecutor? This has nothing to do with you.
Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth, your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason.
What are you trying to say?
That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again.
Is that a threat?
The goddess of justice is compassionate, Mr. Edgeworth, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense.
Clearly she doesn't know about his little stint behind the desk from a couple of years ago. Thank you for your concern. Well, I guess not even a couple years ago. It's more like half a year ago, according to the timeline. But I do not abandon anything. What I start, I finish.
Well, do try to remember that the two jobs are not one and the same, and that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good start. Now, I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. So Simeon lied to us.
Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not having second thoughts about all this, are you, Milesy boy? Sure, Judge Cavell is a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. Defense never rests, as a wise man once said. That goes for associates too.
Don't worry, Fender. I have no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false, which means we'll need to restart an investigation from square one, I'm afraid. Well, this case certainly got interesting. You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of a closed room murder mystery, but like, inversed.
instead of asking the question, how did someone get into a place and commit a crime and then leave? The real question now is, how did someone leave a place, commit a crime, and then come back? I guess in this case, mainly the dog. Well, that's where we're going to end it today. I'm guessing we're going to get introduced to some members of everybody's favorite case from Game 2. Definitely the most favorite of cases, and definitely not controversial in the slightest. But who knows who we'll see. I mean, we saw fucking Frank Saw It of all people today. That was a surprise. But that'll be it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow with some more lingo. We will try and finish up level 1, hopefully. And then, of course, Minecraft on Friday. And Zelda next week, and then more of this next Tuesday as well. There should be a video coming out. I recorded the FF14 event that was going to end in a couple days. I didn't really feel like it was worth tacking on anything since it was so short, so I just recorded a video of it. I'm hoping to have that out later this week once I have some time to edit it, so stay tuned for that as well. But otherwise, thank you all for watching tonight, and I will see you next time.